He was and loved art. He saw the world and its people in shapes and figures, and he loved to make a little cartoon strip story of all the things he saw around him. Every morning when he traveled to school in his school bus, he would sit on the last row of the bus and with great concentration look out at the world around him and capture everything he saw. For example, if he saw a man passing by who had a long pointy nose, he saw a triangle. If he saw somebody on a scooter, he saw a circle. If he saw a policeman at a signal, he saw a tree with branches. If he saw a teenager, he saw walking headphones. He would then make a little story in a cartoon strip involving all the characters he saw, and at the end of his bus journey, just as they reached school, he would share his cartoon of the morning with his friends, and they would all comment or laugh, and that would be a great start to everyone's day. One day on the way to school, as Kahan was looking out of the bus, he noticed that the bus halted at a new stop and a new student seemed excited to get on. Kahan smiled. He loved the shape he saw and quickly pulled out his book and got busy drawing a happy circle. But as soon as this new student boarded, he heard gasps and sniggers. The bus had gone quiet, and he could hear what the others were saying, some softly and some quite loudly. Oh my god, look, an elephant just got on! Or, how can anyone be so fat? Or, now our bus will go so slow because of the added weight. Or, hey, fatso! The poor boy's smile turned into a frown and he made his way to the back of the bus towards Kahan. His happy mood had now turned into one of shame and embarrassment. He sat down next to Kahan. Hi, said Kahan. What's your name? Aryav, said the boy dejectedly. Kahan knew what was making him sad and didn't know what to do about it, and this made him sad too. So he did the next best thing that he could and continued to talk to Aryav to hopefully change his mood. Every day the same thing happened, and the once happy looking and excited Aryav didn't seem happy or excited at all anymore. Everyone teased him and made fun of how he looked. Kahan tried to make him happy by talking to him, but Aryav looked downright miserable and didn't seem to ever want to get onto the school bus anymore. This made Kahan very sad, and he constantly thought hard about what he could do. Then he had an idea. The next day, when the bus reached school, he shared the same cartoon strip drawing of the policeman with all his bus friends. But this time, it looked different. Everyone in the bus was very surprised when he shared this drawing with them at the end of their bus journey. But this looks so boring, exclaimed Shweta. Everything looks the same, wailed Arman. It doesn't look interesting anymore, said Maya. You've lost your touch, wailed Atif. Kahan smiled. He asked, if everything looks the same in shape and color, wouldn't my cartoon strip look really boring? Everyone groaned. Yes! Isn't it nice when things look different? Kahan asked, and he got a collective obviously to that question too. So then, why is it that when one of our students look different, we pick on him and make fun of him? Asked Kahan. Some people are bigger, darker, shorter, taller. And I don't know about you, but I find it so interesting. I look forward to seeing these interesting differences in people. Like me, for example. I have these cool, bushy eyebrows, and I think that they make me, Kahan exclaimed. I don't know about you, he continued, but I definitely think that we should celebrate our differences and appreciate them. I know I do in my drawings of me and everyone I see around me. Everyone was silently listening to him. Look at this one, Shweta. It's you. Shweta saw it and giggled. That's so funny, she exclaimed. Isn't it? Said Kahan happily. And this one, Arman, is you, laughed Arman. And this is my drawing of you, Maya, said Kahan, and shows her this drawing of a long rectangle under her head, signifying her long neck. Yep, that's me, said Maya agreeably. Imagine if all the cars on the road looked the same, or all the buildings looked the same, or if all of you looked the same. I don't think it would be fun at all, said Kahan. So, what say we adjust our way of looking at ourselves and our friends a bit? Let's not shame, but let's aim to celebrate our beautiful differences. What say? After a pause for thought, and then with a resounding yeah, all his friends shook hands with Aryav, and after that, all their bus journeys were super fun for all of them. The end.
Sabi nila, mataba daw ako.
Sabi nila, ang taba-taba ko.
Pandak.
Botsog ako.
Pandak.
Hi everyone, my name is Jillian de Guzman, the National Director of the Alliance of Young Leaders of the Homeland Philippines. We are a non-government youth organization established since 2010. First of all, I want to thank all of you for participating on our webinar. Today, we are going to talk everything about body shaming. It is one of the biggest issues facing our millennials today. It triggers comparison, bullying, discrimination, and worse, hate crimes. We have invited speakers from different walks of life for us to have a deeper understanding about it and its adverse effects. I also want to thank everyone who donated. All proceeds will benefit the Aita community of Tayabas, Quezon. They are hardly affected by this pandemic, and with your little help, we can give them hope to overcome their hardships. Before we formally begin, let's have Sean Paganiban, the project head for this webinar, for his opening remarks.
Hello guys, good evening. Can you hear me? Do you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, again, good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Oniban, and like what Julia mentioned earlier, I am the head of this webinar. I am also the newly crowned Mr. Great One 2021, and this is my first ever advocacy project. I mean, project for advocacy that I have, which is body positivity. We promote body positivity, and now, the reason I have this advocacy is because I myself have been a victim. I mean, a victim of body shaming. So people usually call me short, call me fat. There are people who call me um, ugly, who call me dark skin or moreno, and there are also some who call me panos or bald. So there, before I formally introduce our speakers for tonight, I just want to share this experience that I have, or that I had, I should say. So there's this one time wherein I actually joined or auditioned for a uh, commercial or advertisement. So this was, back in October 2019. So I was able to pass the first part of this screening, which is the yes acting. So just to give you an idea, yes acting is for is a part wherein you will have to say yes with five different emotions. So then I was able to get past through that phase, and then out of 20 auditions, only six of us was able to get to the next part. And then after that, there's a moment wherein the casting director went out and then he came in to check each one of us. So we're facing the casting director and then to look at me. And then right before we proceed to the next scene, he told me that am he told me that I will not be moving forward because of my height. I'm too short for the role. So right there and then, he asked me to go out. So there, of course, I feel devastated by that time because I thought that the moment is already there. I've been dying to be in the business or in the show business for a very long time. I really thought that the moment is there already. And it took 2 to 3 weeks for me to move on from that experience. And it really devastated me. And however, after that experience, I thought and I realized that since I'm the type of person who believes that everything happens for a reason, so probably God has prepared something for me, and I was actually correct because a year after that, exactly a year, October 2020, I got promoted at work. So there, I realized that probably show business is something that's not really for me. So in order for me to, since my goal is to inspire people, I think my current promotion, I mean my current position is enough for me to achieve that goal, which is inspire people. So what I'm trying to say here, is just so simple. Just so simple. So there are really people, or there are really times where people may think that you're not good enough because of your thoughts, but all you have to do is just look or find for something great, or always believe that you're great, you're awesome, you're amazing. That there's something that will lead you to whatever you want to achieve, and or whatever your goal is. So that's probably the key point, or the key message that I wanted to share for everyone. So since I want to inspire people, I think I would be able to inspire a lot of people since I am handling since I'm a trainer, so I got the opportunity to inspire a lot of young people, or people at my age, not only for product knowledge, but for them to have an idea that everything and everyone can be amazing, or everyone can be. So that's just it. So I want everyone, I just probably want to you guys to remember that you are amazing, you are great, and you are awesome. So without further ado, let's welcome, okay, our first speaker. So let's have Miss Beatriz Del Lloso. She's a teacher and an advocate, and she will tackle the different types, I should say, of body shape. Do we have Miss Beatriz?
Hello, good evening, everyone. And can you hear me? Is my audio clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Uh, I know that some of you are wondering, I was named Beatrice, but I am male in front of you. Well, Beatrice is my pageant name, but you can also call me Benz. And as what mentioned by Sean, I am an educator and English teacher, both in elementary and junior high school. And today, I was tasked to talk about body shaming 101, or more of the types of body shaming. So let me just share my screen. All right. So again, no, for tonight, we are going to talk about body shaming. So, but before we proceed to that, let's set our ground rules for this session first. So, number one, we listen and respect everyone when they are speaking, and when we are responding. So, for this session, we expect that we all respect one another in order for us to build a good communication and connection throughout this session. Next, we don't have to participate in any activities or questions which make us feel uncomfortable. So, yeah, you have the what do you call it? You have the freedom to participate, or you may not choose to participate or answer questions that you think or you feel uncomfortable with. And then you are also not expected to share our own personal experiences, but you are also free to do so without judgment if you want. And lastly, when we talk about friend or someone, we just use the term friend or someone we know instead of using their real names if we want to share their experiences or stories. So let's start with this activity first. Last night, I asked Mr. Jillian de Guzman to uh, ask the participant to prepare a marker, a pencil, or a pen. So whatever you have in you, no, may it be a marker or a pen or pencil together with a paper, kindly write your biggest insecurity or insecurities. You are not obliged to share it with us. You may keep it with you, no? Just siguro for a minute or two, I'll give you some time to write there on your paper your biggest insecurity or insecurities, whatever you have. Sige po. All right. Sige po. Now, let's set the paper aside and put it somewhere where we can find it easily later. No? So, tabi muna natin yan and then balikan natin yan na. Okay? Okay, let's begin our first session with the question, what does body image mean to you? So, this, according to dictionary and some online sources, body image refers to how an individual sees their own body and how attractive they feel themselves to be. Other definition would say that body image refers to a person's emotional attitudes, beliefs, and perceptions of their own body. Um, when we talk about body image, it somehow relates to what we believe about our appearance, about how we feel with our body, our height, our weight, and the shape of our face. It also relates to the sense and control we as a person or our control with our body as we move around. So with these perceptions, with these beliefs, many people have now a lot of concerns about their body, diba? Because of these perceptions, because of the standards, we create concerns about the body image. And these concerns no, focus on our weight, on our skin, hair, or even the shape or size of a certain body part. And I hope, diba, I hope there's one time in your life that you would question yourself, why do I look like this? Or why is my nose so big? Why is my shoulder broad? Something like that. And that is because we have created the body image, no, yung ideal body image that we see from other people. Now, did you ever stop and think about how often you are told to change your appearance? Diba? There's always a time, may it be our friends or our family, and they would question or they would ask us to change the way we look, the way we dress, our lifestyle and everything. And there are times no that we might take it positively, but most of the time with people, because it affects mentally also, we might sometimes take it negatively as well. So we are often seeing magazines, advertisements, and YouTube videos, and these constantly offer tips about how to lose weight in days or appear slimmer instantly and hide our imperfections without actually knowing anything about us, much less our appearance. And this is one of the biggest example of body shame. And we all know for a fact that it is everywhere. Diba? The magazines that we use, or even the advertisements, may it be in social media or in national television, these advertisements and such, no, are actually examples of body shaming. Why? Because they set the standard of an ideal body, where in fact we know that not everyone can really get that ideal body type. No, and so what's so negative about it is we take it as if we consider it as some type of an experience, no? Like TV shows, diba? Where there are also TV shows, films, and sitcoms that we frequently see in the television that use overweight characters' bodies as the basis of many jokes, diba? And it has become the norm to criticize aspects of our bodies. So let's talk about body shaming. What is body shaming? According to Oxford Dictionary, body shaming is the action or practice of humiliating someone by making mocking or critical comments about their body shape or size. So this definition is a defamatory act, a bullying act, and it has become prominent in recent times. Diba? Based from the video that was played earlier, and based from what Mr. Sean mentioned, di ba? In this recent times, in the modern times, we usually see, no, mockery and critical comments. See and hear mockery and critical comments about um, people, other people's body, and sometimes we also do it nga eh. Like parang out of out of consciousness, we may be practicing. Now, according to Merriam Dictionary, the body shaming is the act or practice of subjecting someone to criticism or mockery for supposed bodily faults or imperfections. And this body shaming is actually the leading cause of depression, especially amongst women who are prone
Yeah.
to body changes in relation to age and birth. No, na now I don't want to be gender biased, but we know for a fact that many women are are experiencing body shaming. But of course, no, we cannot deny the fact that men also are experiencing body shaming, diba? And like I said earlier, to those with weak personality, or with not that people with not enough those who do not have strong strength, no, to absorb this kind of criticisms, sometimes it leads them to depression, to stress, or mental disorders. That's why body shaming is something that we should uh, eradicate in our society. Another definition of body shaming is it is defined as the act of making inappropriate and negative comments about another person's weight or size. So this is according to LifeWorks community. So based from these three definitions, the common denominator of body shaming is uh, looking for the imperfection of someone else's body type. No, that is the common denominator of body shaming. Now, why do people body shame? I'm sure that there are different reasons why these people body shame, and one of this is bullying. Now, body shamers are most likely the bullies, diba? And why are they bullying? Because these persons, they derive pleasure from belittling or victimizing other people. No? And when we say bullies, they come in all shapes and sizes. And sometimes, no, they body shame Pero when we try to look, when you figure out or find out who these bullies are, we can see that they they too are not perfect. They too have imperfections. So why they bully? Because they don't want to be bullied. So they do it to others instead. And then another reason is to take out their frustration. People body shame because they want to take out the frustration on anyone. And unfortunately, it just happened that you are the next available person. So you were the victim of body shame. Third reason why people body shame is because of a low self-esteem. We all know that not everyone is confident, not everyone can face people or different types of people, and this is actually one reason why people body shame, because they feel inferior about their own body. So they don't want to feel that. No, to remove that inferiority, they choose to body shame. And then there's just people who are being mean. Like um we encounter these types of people na wala, they are born to be mean talaga. So it's in their nature to be mean. That's why they body shame. So in all aspects of life, that's just how they are. So that is something we cannot do about. But maybe if you can talk to them or face them, uh, confront them face to face, maybe something would change. And then lastly, the I am superior feeling. There are people, no, in our society who think that they have the ideal body type, and so they feel like they are superior because they think of themselves like the perfect person with a perfect body type. So because I am perfect, you cannot see any imperfection in all aspects of my body, in all parts of my body. I am perfect. So they consider themselves superior, and because they are superior, it is very easy for them to body shame. So these uh 5 reasons I mentioned are not all the reasons. I'm sure there are a lot more, but these are, I think, the most common reasons why people body shame. And we are constantly being told by strangers, family, and friends alike about how we should look or how we should behave, even what our bodies should be like. Diba? And because of this, body shaming manifests in many ways. So I have your 3 manifestations of body shaming. First is we criticize our own appearance through a judgment or comparison to another person. Kasi nga we heard from a family member, or we heard from our friends, or we heard from someone we know na you should look like this, or you should look like you should your body should be like this or like that and all. And because of what we heard, yeah, comparison happens na. So you criticize your body na when you look at the mirror. Oh, I think she's right. I should have this kind of body. I should have this kind of face. So we criticize na our appearance by comparing ourselves to other people, which should not, no, which should not happen. Dapat hindi ganon. No, yeah, thank you. Let's continue. So let's try not to criticize our appearance. We should be the very first person to uplift ourselves instead of criticizing ourselves. So let's do away with the comparison thing. No, let's try uplifting and praising ourselves, kasi that's one way that we can do, no, to eradicate, no, body shaming. We must start with ourselves. And then another manifestation is we may not want to criticize our own appearance, so we criticize another's appearance in front of them. No, um, this is another example o one way of body shaming na for you it's not negative kasi you're parang for you you're just stating a fact or you're just telling him or her the truth. However, commenting on someone else's appearance in front of them is actually an act of mockery. Kasi parang you don't have any right. Just like I don't have any right. I'm not actually in a position to talk about this. Pero I was tasked. So I take the opportunity and I feel honored. No? So like that, we do not have the right to critic or to comment on someone else's appearance, physical appearance. Kasi it's their appearance, it's their body. So they should be the one to notice or to uh what do you call it? They are the ones to notice and uh to know exactly what to do with their appearance. No, not us, no? Hindi tayo. Wag natin silang pangunahan kumbaga. So let's give them the benefit of deciding what to do with their appearance. And then what's even worse is hindi mockery pala yung pag-confront sa kanila. Mockery pala yung pag-comment ng physical appearance nila in front of them. So, because it's mockery, would you rather critique their appearance without their knowledge? That's even worse, no? Kasi it's like talking behind their backs, no? So, this is a worse case. So, we should not comment in front of them, and we should never comment or criticize another person's appearance without their knowledge as well. No, kasi pareho lang yang negative. Pareho lang yang mockery, pareho lang yang act of body shaming. So no matter how this manifests, it often leads to comparison and shame. And it perpetuates the idea that people should be judged mainly for their physical features. No? Ito yung nake-create niya na ganun pala yung factor ganun pala kataas yung factor ng physical features. Ganun pala kaimportante ang physical appearances. No? So this is something, no, this kind of perception is something that must be stopped. That must be that must be confronted and stopped right away. Kasi it doesn't help any individual and it doesn't help our society as well. So what are the types of body shaming? Actually, I'm not really sure if these are all the types, pero when I researched about body shaming, these are the things I have found regarding the types of body shaming. So first is yung fat shaming. Fat shaming is the most common, no? Parang it talks about, when you say fat shaming, we are criticizing the weight of the body. Like for example, me, a lot of people are telling me na, oh, you're so mataba na, parang mag-boss-boss ka na ng kain, ang laki-laki mo na. Para ka ng mama sa itsura mo. Like 'di ba, parang very conscious, no, sa weight. Talagang ang focus ng fat shaming is yung bigat mo as a person, yung timbang mo, yung laki ng build ng katawan mo, no? Yun yung focus ng fat shaming. Another example is yung skinny shaming. When you say skinny shaming naman, 'di ba, there are people na no matter what they eat, no matter how much they eat, they don't get fat talaga. Kasi it's their built na eh. Bad built na ng katawan nila yun eh. Na talagang slim lang sila, no? Kahit na ang dami nila. Tapos, ang madalas na nagiging critic sa kanila, siguro nagda-drugs ka, that's why you don't get fat. Kahit anong kainin mo, siguro nagda-drugs ka, siguro user ka, 'di ba? So skinny shaming, no? Ito this is something that should not happen. Let's accept the fact that there are people who may eat less but they really get fat kasi their built na and their metabolism is not that fast. Hindi talaga ganun kabilis yung metabolism nila. That's why they gain weight easily. Kahit na konti lang yung kinakain nila. And there are people also na no matter how much they eat, they don't get fat, they don't gain weight, no? They don't gain weight because of their metabolism. Mabilis yung metabolism nila. And that is something that we should accept. Hindi natin pwede sabihin, oh my gosh, reasons. Hindi pwedeng ganon. Kasi that's a fact. No, depende yan eh, di ba? Yung build ng katawan natin, it depends on the genes and our heredity. So, this is something na dapat tinatanggap natin at hindi natin ini-invalidate. And then there is also what we call pretty shaming. Ano ibig sabihin ng pretty shaming? When we say pretty shaming, I don't know if some of you have experienced this. Pero when we talk about pretty shaming, ito yung madalas na pasalamat ka, maganda ka. Diba? What do you mean? If hindi siya maganda, wala nang ibang maganda sa kanya? Is that what you mean? So, marami sa atin, akala natin kapag maganda or gwapo, hindi na nakakaranas ng mga ng body shaming. But we cannot deny the fact na marami talagang mali sa society natin. So kahit maganda ka at gwapo ka, you can still experience body shaming. And some example nga nito is yung ganyan, buti na lang maganda ka or buti na lang gwapo ka kasi kung 'di ba, parang 'di ba, ang ano nito, para ito yung isa din sa ano tawag nito, isa din sa mga na-experience no ng mga kapwa natin na akala natin pag tiningnan natin sila, oh they're very privileged, they don't experience body shaming. Pero we really do not know their story. So let's not judge. And then meron din tayo, we also have yung body hair shame. 'Di ba there are people na yung anong tawag nito, yung ang bilis talagang tumubo ng body hair nila sa katawan. And then there are also people naman na hindi talaga sila tinutubuan. Like for example, me, um my father kasi is someone na wala talaga siyang ano, hindi makapal yung buhok niya sa binte, sa body, even sa armpit. Wala siyang masyadong buhok sa kilikili. And then naman ako yun. So ako wala akong buhok sa kilikili. And I was being shamed with that. Na parang, ba yan lalaki yung katawan mo pero wala kang buhok sa kilikili. Parang ganon. And then there are people naman or females na masyadong makapal yung buhok sa kilikili. Pero parang kasalanan ba nila yon? Is that their fault? Na ganun yung body type nila? Na ganun yung body hair type nila? Di ba hindi? So, and because that's not their fault, let's not shame them for that. No? Instead, let's accept them for having that. Kasi we might know baka yan yung swerte nila, di ba? And then food shaming. Food shaming is something that I experience most of the time. Kasi when you say food shaming, ito yung, o tama na yan, ayan na naman kinakain mo, kaya ka lumalaki. O ayan na naman kakainin mo, kaya ka tumataba. Yung ganon, parang they are depriving you to eat something that you like. Diba? But that's also body shaming pala. That's also type of body shaming pala. Yung food shaming. So, let's avoid, no? Kasi tayo, baka malay natin, no? Nagagawa pala natin to sa mga kasama natin, hindi natin alam. So, now that we know, siguro we could try to lessen or better yet, avoid this kind of body shaming na let's not deprive someone we know to eat or have something or do something that he or she wants to do. And then racism, no? 'Di ba? Ito very rampant sa social media, no? Minsan ganito yung nangyayari kapag wala tayong makitang imperfections, you look at the skin color and then yun yung tatargetin natin. 'Di ba? Racism or yung kung hindi yung skin color nila, yung origin nila mismo. 'Di ba? Ay, mga Indian, mga hindi naliligo. So, something like that. Ay mga ano, ay mabaho yan kasi Korean, hindi yan mga naliligo. 'Di ba? Ganun yung mga naririnig natin madalas, which should not be. Or ano pa, ay mga Aita, madudungis yan, mga ganyan. So, dapat alisin natin yan sa pag-iisip natin na whatever the race of a person is, we have no right to judge them or criticize them, no? Yun, ito din yung ang dami-daming nag-a-advocate dito ng yung parang adversity and and eme-eme. Pero makikita mo parang hindi naman visible yung yung promote ng race ng yung i-promote yung equal treatment whatever race you have kasi nakikita mo naman parang hindi naman masyadong napa-practice, 'di ba? So, let's avoid racism. And then lastly is what we call the sexism. Ito, pag sinabi nating sexism, yung gender, no? Minsan we are being shut down because of our gender, especially the LGBTQ community, 'di ba? Kapag nalaman nila that you are a member of a, you know, if you are a member of the LGBTQ community, parang there are most of the time, no, uh, may it be, inside your company or wherever you are, 'di ba? Na-experience natin to na because of our gender, we are being shut down. No, we are being um what do you call it? Deprived, or we are out they won't give us the freedom to speak up because of because of our gender. So that's also a type of body shaming. And I know that these are not all. There are a lot more, but for now, these are something or the things that I could share with you. So I hope you are learning, and let's proceed. Now, how do we overcome body shaming? Uh, we know, no, alam naman natin, we are all familiar with what body shaming is. Alam na natin kung how it manifests. Alam na natin yung different types niya. How do we overcome them? So number one is we have to be authentic to ourselves. When we say authentic to ourselves, we use affirmation. No, let's affirm ourselves. Let's comfort ourselves. Let's give ourselves self-love. Let's build our own self-confidence. Let's remind ourselves of our self-worth. Parang masyadong selfish. No, it's not selfish. It's actually being selfless. Kasi when you practice and master self-love, building your own self-confidence, when you practice giving yourselves a self-affirmation and self-appreciation, that's the only time you can give appreciation, affirmation, and love for others. So everything must come to yourself first. Hangga't hindi ka marunong magbigay ng love sa sarili mo, hangga't hindi ka marunong mag-appreciate ng sarili mo, you can never do that to other people. Kasi 'di ba nga there is a saying, you cannot give what you can have. You cannot give what you don't have, I mean. So kung wala ka niyan, how will you give it to others? 'Di ba? So you start with yourself, no? Try to, every morning or every evening or whenever you are free, look at the mirror, talk to yourself, affirm yourself, appreciate yourself, give yourself some love, and then build your own self-confidence. So with that, I'm sure you will be more positive. You will have uh, a more or a better perception about what life is, about the world, and with that, I'm sure you'll be able to develop appreciation towards other people. No? And then, you have to identify who in your life is body positive. Pag sinabi nating body positive, no matter what your imperfection is, you don't mind. Parang baliwala lang sa'yo. Alam mo, you know that you have imperfections, pero you see it in a positive way. You look at it in a positive way. And with that, you can say that you are body positive. So if you are not yet body positive, maybe you can look for someone who is body positive. So you may think of people who celebrate their body for what it can do, and people who refuse to comment on others' physical appearances. Um, a lot of people are a lot of people body shame. Marami sa atin, mas madali kasi talaga yun eh, di ba? Yung mag-body shame instead of appreciating someone. No? Pero I'm sure there are a lot more who are positive with their bodies. And we must look for them because they can help us. No? They can help us uh, appreciate our own body. And then, we confront those who perpetuate body shame. No? Um, parang ano, mas nakakaano din 'to, eh, mas nakakagaan. Although hindi madali na mag-confront ng tao, pero mas nakakagaan ang pakiramdam kapag nagawa mo na siya. No, na talk to those people na na nakikita mo ang dali-dali lang para sa kanila mag-body shame. Talk to them, know what alamin mo bakit nila ginagawa yun, and you'll learn from them. And lastly, we find something or some things you like about your body. Because there are many reasons why you should like your own body. No? Ang dami. Sobrang daming dahilan. Sobrang daming dahilan para mahalin mo yung sarili mong pagkatao. Sobrang daming dahilan para ipakita mo na imperfect ka, imperfect yung appearance mo, pero you're you. And no one in this world can replace you. Kasi ikaw na yan. Wala nang ibang makakapalit dyan. Kasi ikaw lang yan. Okay? So, you have, so remember this four. This might actually help you in the future. No? Spend time with people who are positive. No? Because it will be helpful. No matter how struggling you are, once you get to know people who are body positive, once to get to know people who perpetuate body shaming and ask them why they do that, you will learn from them, and they can also learn from you once you share with them what you know about body shaming. And this no this what do you call this? These four activities that you may do can actually be your simple steps towards a more positive perception about your own body, about our society, and even no, a more positive view about the world. So we have to remember that it is your body and no one should have the power to make you feel bad about it. So be bold, be secure in who you are. No? Now I want you to get back the piece of paper I asked you to write in your biggest insecurities. And this time, have a final look at them. Siguro mga for 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds, for final, look at them finally. And then when you are ready, crumple that paper and forget about your insecurities. No? Let's start to be more positive about ourselves. Let's start to spread positivity towards other people. Because there is too much trouble in the world already. Let's not add body shaming to it. Again, this is Benz Deloso saying thank you for listening, and I hope you have learned from me. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bata. So, for those who have questions, please raise your hand. You have an option.
Sean, we're not hearing you.
Hello? How about now? Hello, hello? Okay. How about this time? Can you hear me?
Your camera is off.
Okay, there. Thank you again, Basha. So, if you guys have questions for Basha, feel free to raise your hands. Raise your hand. So you'll have an option to do that. So may I know who are those please who have questions, please. So anyone? Okay, we have Darren Kent. So Darren, yeah, what's your question for Basha, please?
Hello guys. I have question lang. Kasi I have noticed that height um is not part of the type of body shaming which na diniscuss kanina. So what do you think should be height is part of of body shaming, and what is your point of view? I'm not generalizing all women pero on a feminist point of view, parang sa kanila it's okay lang to say na I'm looking for a guy pero ayoko ng mas maliit sa akin, ayoko ng ganyan. Pero pag yung mga men naman na nagsabi ng I'm looking for a woman pero ayoko ng ganitong size, ganyan. Parang sa kanila it's offensive na, pero why yung impact with regard to the height compared to the weight is different? Or it should be the same ba? Or may I know your point of view regarding this?
Thank, thank you, Darren. I'm sorry. I may not have focused on the height, pero I think I have included that in some of my slides. Na I don't know, I forgot lang. Kung na-mention ko siya, pero yes, height is actually part of body shaming. Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Darren, for reminding us. Now, you're asking me about my point of view dun sa yung, anong tawag nito? Girls, women's type, height type with regards to men and vice versa. Tama ba?
Yes, parang for me lang parang may double standard eh.
Oo. Well, if you're going to ask me, I think yung height na yan, na parang they see it as their, di ba, parang, ano yun, standard, no? We call it the standard kasi. And actually, that is something na, well, negative, no? Kasi nga, part na siya ng body shaming. So, it's actually negative to set a standard, no, towards women or towards men. Why? Because we all know that not all men are tall, and we all know that not all women are short, diba? Kasi nga we have different heights. Now, my point of view regarding that is maybe if we are able to influence, no, these people who have those kinds of standards, maybe if we are able to influence them and tell them that standards is something that should not be manifested. Maybe we could have, or we could somehow remove the stereotype of a man should be taller than a woman, or a woman should be shorter than a man for them to be called a perfect couple. Kasi being in a perfect relationship, there's no such thing as perfect relationship, by the way. Pero to be in a good relationship, height should not matter. It should be about accepting both of you, accepting your sides, may it be good sides or bad sides. So yeah, there. I think it's all about influence and siguro giving them enough information. Why should standards not be a basis of choosing a man or a woman you would like to be in the future? There. I hope I have answered your question, Mr. Darren.
Thank you. Actually, yung height kasi nakasulat sa paper ko, kaya yun yung insecurity.
Well,
Thank you.
like I said, no, do not be insecure about your height. You are good as you are. You are beautiful as you are. yung height hindi dapat siya nagiging insecure. Just like you, I was once I was once insecure because of my height also kasi 5'3" lang ako, and when I joined pageants, ang dami talagang mas matatangkad sa akin, pero like I said, maliit man tayo sa kanilang paningin, nakakapuwing rin. So, do not be insecure. Tandaan natin 'yan. Ha? Malaking advantage din na hindi tayo matangkad, and we are beautiful just the way we are. Okay, Mr. Darren? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darren. So, aside from Darren, do we have anyone here who have questions for Basha? Going once, going twice. So wala na. We good, everyone? So I really do hope, guys, that Basha was able to um, answer your questions or anything that may be confusing your mind about the types of body shaming. So, okay. So, before we proceed to the next speaker, allow me to introduce first one of a well-known, um, what do you call this? One of the well-known TV personality. You may have known this person as someone who is good when it comes to doing an interview with some of the famous celebrities, and we love what we love about this person is his honest opinion about certain things. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Mr. Ogie Diaz. I believe Mr. Ogie Diaz is on the bridge already.
Hello. Naririnig niyo ba ako?
Yes po. Thank you.
Naririnig niyo na ako?
Yes po.
Ayan, nakakarinig na kayo. Praise God.
Thank you po.
Kaya yung background ko. Actually, nagmamadali lang ako. No? So, pumwesto muna ako dito. Pero maraming salamat sa invitation sa akin. Si Joe M. ang nag-invite sa akin. Tama ba? Okay. So, una, hindi po ako eksperto pagdating po sa body shaming. Dahil minsan pag ako ay sasabihan na, "Uy, long time no see. Ba't ang taba mo?" Ayun. Siyempre, hindi naman para ma-offend ako. Kasi kung ma-offend ako, hindi na ako maniniwalang honest lang sila. So, mas ma-offend ako kung sasabihin nila na, "Uy, ang payat mo." Diba? Ang plastic nun. So, dun tayo sa totoo. So, ako ganun ako. So, every time may magsasabi sa akin ang taba mo, sinasabi ko sa kanila kung wow, so ang payat mo, ganun. O kaya, sasabihin ko pasensya ka na, hindi ko ma-achieve yung butiki mong katawan. So, ganun. Tapos, minsan, sasabihin ko pag taba, ba't ang taba mo? Pasensya na, hindi pa ako tumatae. Tapos, o kaya bakit? Uy, pumayat ka ha? Kasi katatae ko lang. So, ganyan ko laruin ang mga tao na nagsasabi ng compliment or sasabi ng totoo sa akin. Hindi siya body shaming. Kung alam mo naman sa sarili mo na mataba ka, huwag kang ma-hurt. 'Di ba? Kasi kung sexy ka, kung balingkinita ng katawan mo, kung 24 ang katawan mo, tapos sinabi nilang ang taba mo, edi sabihin mo lang, oo, magpa-check up ka na ng mata mo. Kasi mukhang malabo na siya. So, ganun lang. Kasi pag nagpakita tayo ng pagkapikon, dahil napaka-sensitive natin, lalo na lalo nila ikaw papasukin. Lalo ka nilang aasarin, lalo ka nilang ibubuli. Kasi naging marupok ka. Naging marupok ka sa opinion nila, naging marupok ka sa pambubuli nila. Hindi ka sumabay. So sana sumasabay ka. Pag sumabay ka sa pambubuli nila, not necessarily i-bubuli back mo sila or ibabalikan mo sila ng pambubuli din. Hindi. Gusto mo lang iparamdam sa kanila na hindi ako pikon. Pero babawian kita ng sarcasm. Kasi pag pinairal natin ang pagiging sensitive natin dahil tinutokso lang tayo, mataba tayo, o payat tayo, pandak tayo, punggok tayo, tapos naging sensitive tayo, naramdaman nilang sensitive tayo, naramdaman nilang parang next time ito ulit ang anuhin ko. Next time kukunin ko ulit tong oportunidad para asarin siya. Pag nag-away kami, pag nagkaasaran kami, kasi ito yung kanyang kahinaan. Lagi niyo tatandaan, wag na wag niyong ipararamdam sa kanya na naiinis kayo, na sensitive kayo, na kayo ay napipikon, na kayo ay nagagalit. Kasi hindi porke nagalit ka, tatameme na sila. Hindi porke napikon ka, titigil na sila. Hindi porke naging sensitive ka, magiging sensitive na rin sila. Tandaan niyo, you cannot please everybody. Ano man ang ugali natin, yung characteristic natin, yung character natin, yung trait natin, hindi natin uobligahin yung ibang tao na magustuhan tayo. 'Di ba? Pero kung marunong tayong sumagot sa mga pambabash nila, marunong tayong sumagot sa kanilang body shaming, marunong tayong sumakay sa kanilang body shaming, pihado yan. Check, next time, hindi ka na yan aasarin. Kasi babalikan mo sila ng pang-aasar din kung kakayanin mo, or babalikan mo sila ng sarcasm, or sasakyan mo sila. Ganun lang naman yung buhay. Pag ikaw na-stress ka sa sinabi nilang mataba ka, pero alam mo sa sarili mo na totoo yun. Diba? Hindi gumawa ka ng paraan para ikaw ay maging sexy. Para gumanda ang iyong pangangatawan at baka next time na makita kayo, purihin ka na niya. Otherwise, kung masaya ka na mataba ka, o napayat ka, o na mukha kang kalansay, o punggok ka, bansot ka, kung masaya ka, na ganyan ka, di paramdam mo sa kanyang masaya ka. Otherwise, pag tinukso kang, uy, ang bansot mo naman, uy, ang taba mo naman, uy, ang payat mo naman, isa lang naman ang sasagot mo sa kanila, oo, mataba ako, oo, payat ako, oo, punggok ako. Happy? Happy ka? Happy ka? Oh, kung happy ka, ayan. At least napasaya kita, ha? Kasi, 'di ba? Hindi dahil sinangayunan mo siya, kundi naramdaman niya yung sarcasm mo. Naramdaman niya na marunong siyang sumakay. 'Di ba? Kung hindi ka marunong mang-asar pabalik. Kasi nowadays, hindi na uso yung onion skin. Hindi naman lahat ng tao mapiplease mo talaga. Just like me, mataba ako, yes. Pero pag may nagsasabi sa akin mataba ako, pasensya ka na, hindi pa ako tumatae. Tapos tatawa na lang siya. Next time around, magkita kami, hindi ka na naman tumae. Oo nga nakalimutan ko, hindi ko alam kasi magkikita tayo. Yung ganon, kailangan lang marunong tayong sumakay. Kasi pag naging ultra-sensitive tayo, pag naging sensitive tayo sa mga bagay na ayaw nating marinig, hindi natin sila pwedeng diktahan. Lalo na kung bully talaga sila. Kailangan mo lang marunong kang harapin yung katotohanang, yes, mataba ako. Yes, payat ako. Pero sasabihin mo yung, ay, ba't ang taba? Oo, bakit ka nangaasar? Oo, mataba ako. Bakit? Anong pakialam mo? Pag gaganong ka, uuwi naman ito. Sinabi ko lang mataba, ang dami-dami ng sinabi. Gaganunin lang kayo ng tao. So, di ba? So, mas maganda, sakyan mo na lang. Oo, mataba ako. Ang payat mo kasi. Mukha ka nang tingting eh. Gusto nga kitang kapitan kasi baka lumipad ka na sa nipis mo. Happy ka? Di ba? Tatanong mo lang naman, happy ka? Happy ka? O na sinagot kita na yes, mataba ako. Tinan mo kung sasagot siya. The next time around, the next time you see each other, feeling ko, malabo ka na niyang asarin kasi alam mong babalikan mo siya. Kasi marunong ka na. Marunong ka ng sumagot, marunong ka ng sumakay, marunong ka ng pasayahin siya. Di ba? Pag pinasaya natin siya, gusto mong maniwala na mataba ako, gusto mong maniwala ako na payat ako, gusto mong maniwala na bansot ako, oo, totoo yan. Happy? O, tanong mo lang happy siya. Tingnan mo, di ba? Parang sasagutin ba niya yun na, happy ako? Ano ba to? Sarcastic ba siya? Ba't niya ako tinatanong kung happy ako? Na yun ang, na parang ang off yata. Siya naman, ay, let him realize the fact na una, na-offend ka, pero hindi mo sinabi sa kanyang na-offend ka. Na gusto ko pasayahin ka, gusto ko sakyan ka, kaya yun ang sinabi ko sa iyo. So yun, makukonsensya na yun. Kaya ako, yung mga bashers ko, hindi naman dahil sa body shaming sa akin yung bashing. Alam niyo naman lahat na ako ay isang tagapagmasid bilang social media influencer sa aking mga post na madalas ma-viral. Ang dami kong bashers. Ang lagi kong iniisip, Diyos ko po, ang dami ko na namang bashers. Ma-offend ba ako? Hindi ako ma-offend. Bakit hindi ako ma-offend? Kasi isinausaw ko talaga yung dalawang paa ko dito sa social media. So handa ako dapat. Handa akong mabash. Kung hindi ako magbubukas ng anumang social media account, ng anumang app, di walang magbabash sa akin, di wala akong mababasa, di walang magko-comment sa akin kasi wala akong social media. Pero ikaw, hinayaan mo kasing magbukas ka ng social media. Pag nagbukas ka ng social media, handa kang purihin, handa kang i-comment sa lahat ng post mo, handa ka ring mabash, handa kang malait, handa kang maokray, handa kang laitin. Pag handa ka sa lahat ng bagay na yan, hindi ka na magdadamdam. Kasi ganyan talaga sa social media. Yan talaga yung, pinasok ko to eh. Diba? Isinausaw ko sa putikan yung aking dalawang paa. Natural, mapuputikan ng paa ko. Kahit pa magmedyas ako, magsapatos ako, pag isinausaw ko to sa putikan, mapuputikan pa rin yung paa ko. Lulusot pa rin yung putik. Pero kung hindi ako sasausaw sa putikan, diba? Hindi ako mapuputikan. So ang social media ay isang klase ng putik na pag hindi mo kaya, umalis ka, mag-log out ka, magpahinga ka. Pero kung kaya mo, ang mga bashers, ang bashing, kung kaya mo, edi go lang, go with the flow. Lagi niyong iisipin na huwag niyong kakalimutan na nakaapekto kayo ng ibang tao kaya kayo binabash. Na naapektuhan sila sa presensya niyo kaya kayo binabash. Kung payat ka man at napayatan sila sa iyo, kung mataba ka man at natabaan sila sa iyo at narinig mong sinabi nila na mataba ka, punggo ka, bansot ka, bungi ka, kahit paano, naapektuhan mo sila. So dapat maging proud ka sa sarili mo kasi nakaapekto sa kanila ang presensya mo. Nakaapekto sa kanila ang katabaan mo, ang kapayatan mo. Huwag kang ma-hurt kung mataba ka. Kasi gusto mo yan. Gusto mong maging mataba. Mas ma-hurt ka kung sasabihin nilang ang taba mo, pero sinabi nilang ang payat mo. Doon ka ma-off na, ano ba ito? Plastic naman ito. Itang ang taba-taba ko, sasabihin ang payat ko. Diba? Alin na mas gusto nyo? Nagsasabi ng totoo o nagsasabi ng kaplastikan? Ganun lang naman ang buhay. So kung mataba kayo at pinaganda nyo ang katawan ninyo, kung bungi kayo at pinangipinan nyo yung sarili ninyo, kung marami kayong pimples at pinaganda nyo yung mukha nyo, kung payat kayo at pinataba nyo ng konti ang katawan nyo dahil yan ang gusto ninyo. At na-workout ninyo yan. O, di maging proud kayo sa sarili nyo. Kung hindi, wala kayong pakialam sa sasabihin ng ibang tao. Katawan nyo yan, buhay nyo yan, wala silang pakialam. Pag pinapasok nyo yung mga nang body shame sa inyo, sa buhay nyo, kayo rin ang may kasalanan kasi pinapasok nyo sila. Diba? Kaya ako, pag sinasabi nila na bakit ka bakla tapos may mga anak ka, sasabihin ko, ang laki ng problema mo. Hindi ko nga pinoproblema yan. Bakit may mga anak ka? Anong sabi ng mga anak mo na bakla ang daddy nila? Wala. Ikaw lang nga may sinasabi kasi walang sinasabi ang mga anak ko. Gusto mo ba may sabihin sila? Halika, isama kita. Ganyan ako sumagot sa mga yung mga walang preno-preno. Ganyan. Hindi ako napipikon pero pararamdam ko sa'yo na lalaiting kita pabalik. Sabihin mo ng pangit yon na ang panlalait ay wag mong gawing pangganti sa mga lumalait sa'yo. Minsan kailangan yan. Lalo na pag alam mo o kabisado mo yung tao na lumalait sa'yo. Na saka lang siya tatahimik pag sinagot mo. Saka lang siya bubusina o saka lang siya pepreno kapag nahanap mo din yung ikahihina niya. So ganun lang yun. Pag ikaw naging sensitive, pag iniyakan mo yung pang-body shame sa'yo, talo ka. Diba? Sinong tatapik sa balikat mo para sabing, good job, good job. Bakit ako good job? Umiyak nga ako. Diba? So, dapat, huwag mo iyakan. Normal yan. Nagiging, diba, naaapektuhan mo o nakakaapekto ang lagay ng katawan mo o ang lagay ng mukha mo o ang itsura mo sa ibang tao. Diba? Parang wala namang pinagkaiba yan. So, yung anak ko, ang ganda na ng trabaho. Yung anak mo, wala pang ang trabaho eh. Wala pa, ano ba yan? Diyos ko valedictorian pa naman yung anak mo. Samantala yung anak ko, salutatorian lang. Mabubuisit ka ba? Di ba maaawa ka sa kanya? Imaginein mo, ako at ang anak ko ay naka-move on na sa valedictorian at salutatorian issue. Ikaw andyan pa rin. Diba? Parang sa atin ngayon, lalo na sa social media, sa pagharap natin sa social media, dapat handa lang ang loob natin sa sasabihin ng ibang tao. Dahil ako, pag sinabi nila, pag minura ako ng mga bashers ko, hindi ako nagsasalita, hindi ko sila binabalikan, hindi ko sila pinipm para murahin din pabalik. Binablock ko lang sila. Kasi mas nasasaktan sila pag sila'y binablock. Kasi mahiwaga, di ba? Ay, bakit hindi ko na makita si OG? Bakit hindi ko na makita si OG dito sa sa Facebook? Pina-follow ko yun eh. Tapos yung kaibigan niya, uy, ano pa ba? Buhay pa ba yung Facebook ni OG Diaz? Oo, pina-follow ko siya eh. Ay, bakit ako hindi ko na makita? O, siya ngayon mag-iisip, bakit kaya? Baka may nasabi akong hindi maganda. Baka okay ko siya. Baka nabash ko siya. Kaya, ang ganti lang niya sa akin, binlock niya ako. Diba? Imaginein mo, nag-iisip siya kung bakit ako nawala sa paningin niya. Lagi kong katwiran dyan. Kung ayaw mo ko, maghiwalay na tayo. Ako na ang puputol ng relasyon natin kahit sa social media. Kasi, baka every time you see me, every time you see my post, every time you read my post, umiinit ulo mo, ayaw ka namang mamatay ka sa high blood dahil lang sa akin. Diba? So gusto kong sumaya ka, kaya ayoko nang magpakita sa'yo. So ibablock na kita. Same goes with our body shamers. Kung ayaw mo siyang makita, kung alam mong pag nandyan ka at kaharap siya, at isa na naman ang sasabihin niya na mataba ka, na punggo ka, na walis tingting ang katawan mo, di ikaw na umiwas. Diba? Para wala nang gulo. Para hindi mo na marinig ang ayaw mong marinig. Diba? Iiwas na lang tayo sa gulo. At the end of the day, utang mo sa sarili mo kung ano ang attitude mo towards the body shamers. At the end of the day, kung ano yung magiging attitude natin sa bawat sitwasyon, utang natin yun sa sarili natin. Kung tayo ay napasaya ng isang tao, yun ang samahan natin. Kung tayo ay ino-okray ng isang tao at ayaw natin naririnig siya at ayaw natin siya nakikita, huwag kang makipagkita. Ikaw nang mag-adjust. Diba? So, piliin nating maging masaya. Piliin nating magpasaya. Kung masaya sila na nakikita yung katawan nating pagkataba-taba, bigay natin kasi kaya tayong ibang tao. Diba? Huwag na natin silang sagutin. Huwag na natin silang bigyan ng pagkakataon next time na, ito weakness niya. Ito yung ikinapipikon niya. Pues, pag nagkita kami ulit, ito ang sasabihin ko sa kanya para mabuwisit ko siya. So, ganun. Dapat, wag nating ipapakilala ang tunay nating ugali sa mga taong hindi natin kilala. Diba? Para tayo nagmamahal ng isang tao. Pag nagmahal tayo ng isang tao, kalahati lang ng pusong ibigay natin. Yung kalahati, hayaan yung pagpaguran ng makuha. Huwag buong buo. Kasi pag buong puso ibibigay sa isang tao, yan na yung siya na yung may chance na saktan tayo. So, yung mga bashers na hindi tayo kilala, huwag tayong masaktan. Masaktan tayo pag kilala natin personal yung tao at kilala tayo ng tao ng personal, tapos sinabihan tayo ng ganito, doon tayo masaktan. At pag nasaktan tayo ng taong yan, huwag nating sagutin sa social media. Sagutin mo siya, i-PM mo siya, tawagan mo siya. Uy ha, oo, na-hurt ako sa'yo kasi sinabi mo ganito ko sa ano. Oo, ikaw pwede naman kitang sagutin doon eh. Pwede ako mag-comment back sa'yo. Pwede ako mag-reply sa comment mo. Pero hindi ko ginawa. Kasi alam ko magkaibigan tayo. So, pe-personally na lang kita ng sabi. Pe-personally na lang kita na ako na-hurt. Pero hindi ko na sinabi to. So this is one way of saying, oh my God, sorry. Sana pala, personal ko na lang na sinabi sa kanya. Diba? Personal ko na lang sanang sinabi sa kanya, bakit ko pa pinost? Bakit ko pa kinoment back? Mali ako. Let them realize that na hindi man natin sabihin na tayo ay na-offend. Diba? Pina-realize natin na ito ang tamang gawin pag magkakilala tayo ng personal, pag magkaibigan tayo, pag magkamag-anak tayo, na dapat tayong dalawa lang nagkakaalaman. Pwede tayong magmurahan, pero wag tayong magmurahan, maglaitan sa FB. Kasi hindi lang tayong dalawang nakakakita ng mga comment natin. Pwedeng may sumausaw pa dyan. Hanggang sa tayo ay talaga yung mag-away na. Lagi niyong tatandaan na kung ang kaibigan ninyo ay inaasar niyo lang at alam ninyo na siya ay kayang sumalo ng pang-aasar ninyo. Pagdating sa comment section ng post niya, di asarin ninyo kasi ganun kayo mag-asaran. Kasi babalikan ka lang din niya ng pang-aasar. That's a good friendship. Na wala kaming pakialam sa ibang tao. Kaming dalawa nag-aasaran dito. Kung gusto niyong sumahog, sumausaw, sige lang. Pero kami na nagkakaalaman. Diba? Pero may mga tao talaga na pag sensitive siya, diretsuhin nyo na lang. Kung tumataba siya, uy, ang taba mo. Dapat pagka ganoon, pag ang kaibigan mo, sasabihin mo na ang taba mo, dapat meron ka ng nakahandang solusyon para mas ma-appreciate niya yung sinasabi mo na ang taba mo, kaya dapat ang gawin mo ganito. Pero pag sinabi mo lang ang taba mo, ang payat mo, ang dami mong pimples, pero ganun. So, anong pwede kong makuha mula sa'yo? Sinabi mo na yung kapintasan ko eh. Baka naman meron kang gustong sabihin, meron kang ipapayo sa akin na mabisa, na effective dahil effective sa'yo, dahil nangyari sa'yo. Dahil pumayat ka. Baka naman pwede mong isuggest. So wag mong tatapusin sa ang taba mo. Pwede mong tapusin na ang taba mo, alam mo, dapat ang gawin mo ganito para pumayat ka. Ang payat mo, alam mo, dahil ang payat mo, ito gawin mo para tumaba ka. So ganun ang buhay. Diba? Dapat lahat tayo may natututunan sa sitwasyon na tayo ang bida. Dapat tayo may natututunan sa sitwasyon na tayo ay spectator lang, na nanonood lang. Diba? Mas maganda na maging concerned ka sa kapwa mo kesa maging bully ka lang, period. So dapat tayo, hindi na tayo naaasar sa mga nambubuli sa atin, sinasabing mataba ka. Oo, basta isipin mo na lang, pag sinabi nilang mataba ka, ay baka kasi nagsasabi lang siya ng totoo. Kasi nga mataba ako. Mas ma-hurt pa siguro ako. Pag sinabihan niya akong ang payat-payat ko, mas mapaplastikan ako nun kasi hindi naman yung totoo. So, di ba? Kaya sa ating mga mataba rin naman po ako. Hindi ako napipikon. Ang inaaral ko ngayon, kung paano sila babalikan na colorful ang sagot ko. Paano ko sila babalikan ng sagot na hindi nila ako makakalimutan. Na hindi nila mararamdamang pag sinampal mo, pag pinitik mo ako, tatadyakan kita. Hindi ganon. Yung pag pinitik mo ko, hindi kita pipitikin. Torturing ko lang yung isip mo kung bakit ito ang sagot ko sa iyo. So, ganun dapat. So, wag tayong mapikon. Dapat ready tayo sa mga pang-aasar ng iba. Kung pangit man tayo, Sasabihin, ang pangit mo. Wala akong magagawa, ang ganda mo. Ang payat, sobrang payat mo naman. Sobrang payat mo naman. Oo nga kaya huwag kang kakapit sa akin kasi baka liparin ka din. Yung i-exage nyo palalo yung panunukso nila. Para next time around, hindi ko natututuksuhin. Marunong sumakay Hindi exage pa nga. Kumpara sa pag tinukso ko ang taba mo, bakit? Ano ngayon kung mataba ako? Ha? Masaya ako ng ganito. Hindi ka masaya nun, ha? Hindi ka masaya nun. Hindi ka masaya nun. Pikon ka nun. Pikon ka that time. Ayaw mong marinig ang totoo. Pag ayaw nating marinig ang totoo, baguhin natin kung ano yung totoo na ayaw nating marinig. So sana meron kayong natutunan. Hindi ko sinasabi sa inyong, ay mataba ako, lalo akong papataba kasi alam ko na kung paano sasagot. Pinababayaan nyo naman ang kalusugan ninyo pagka ganoon. Para lang magkaroon kayo ng kaalaman kung paano sagutin ang mga bashers. Wag naman kayo masyadong magpataba, ha? Wag din kayo masyadong magpapayat. 'Di ba? Too much of anything, too much in excess is bad. Lagi nating tatandaan na. At the end of the day, sabihin mo sa sarili mo, katawan ko to, cargo ko to. Katawan ko to, sagot ko to. Diba? Kung ayaw ko naririnig na sinasabi nilang mataba ako, di magpapapayat ako kasi ayaw ko na marinig yun. Ayaw ko na naririnig na ang payat-payat ko, di magpapataba ako. Ayaw ko na naririnig na ang dami-dami kong pimples na wala nang mapaglagyan ng pimples sa mukha ko. Di magpapa-facial ako. Kung ayaw mong marinig ang isang bagay, baguhin mo kung ano yung ayaw mong maririnig mula sa ibang tao. Ayan. Thank you. Baka napadaldal na ako na masyado. Ayan. Buhay pa ba kayo?
Thank you so much, Sir Ogie. So, sobrang kaming napasaya. We learned a lot, actually. Thank you so much. So, everyone, are you happy? Happy ba kayo?
Yes.
Meron ba kayong question? I am willing to answer.
So, sino may question sa inyo?
Gusto ko lang makita yung mukha
Okay.
niyong gumagalaw. Hindi kayo
Darren.
picture.
And Darren Kent is raising a hand.
Go, Darren. You.
Good evening, Sir Ogie.
Yes, sino to?
Si Darren po, Darren.
Darren.
Sir, may-
Espanto?
How I wish, hindi. Pero hindi. Ayun, ang question ko po, kasi there are some companies or industries, like for example, show business and airlines, meron po silang mga parang pre-employment requirement in order to proceed doon sa work. Like for example, there are specific height requirement or weight requirement. Isn't this part of the discrimination, or ano po yung point of view nyo regarding this?
Okay. Minsan nakakalimutan natin na kung yun ang requirement nila, may discrimination. Minsan nakakalimutan natin na hindi lang sila yung company. Diba? Na nakalimutan natin, oo nga pala, hindi lang kayo yung company. Lilipat ako sa iba kung ayaw nyo ng ganito. Hindi siya kasi requirement nila yun eh. Kasi yun eh. Kumbaga, ako sa akin lang to kailangan ko igalang yung ng company. Kailangan ko igalang yung requirement ng company kasi sila yun eh. Pag sinabi nilang with pleasing personality, yung iba na-o-offend. 'Di ba? Na-o-offend yung iba. So, yung na-o-offend, ba't ka ma-o-offend kung hindi pleasing ang personality mo? Or ano ba yung meaning sa kanila ng pleasing personality? Bakit hindi nila ako tinanggap? Dahil hindi pleasing ang personality ko. Hindi. Alam mo, you have to move on and move forward. Ako naniniwala, kung ayaw mo sa akin, hindi lahat ng pupuntahan ko ayaw sa akin. Kung ayaw mo sa akin, ikaw lang ang may ayaw sa akin. Lilipat ako sa iba or pupunta ako sa iba kasi makakatagpo rin ako ng gusto sa akin. Meron akong kwento dyan para lang maano kayo. So, nung 17 years old ako, 16, 17 years old ako, pumunta ako ng Jollibee. Doon ako, hindi pa ako pumapasok sa showbiz. Doon ako nag-apply. Napakahaba ng pinila ko sa monumento. So yung kaklase ko, magkasama kami, ang haba-haba ng pila. So nakabisado ko na yung personal manager. Yung personal manager, pag nag-i-interview, pag napapansin ko, ang babad naman ng interview nito dun sa isa. Kasi gwapo. Babad. So ang ending, yung papel, yung resume nung applicant sa kanan. Tapos, pag mabilis lang ang interview, sa kaliwa, yung papel, doon niya nilalagay sa kaliwa. Tapos, so nakabisado ko na. Sabi ko, kukunti lang yung parang tinanggap kasi ang konti lang nung nasa kanan. So, ibig sabihin, tanggap yun kasi ang babad kausapin. So, pagdating sa akin, hindi pa nagiinit ang puwet ko sa upuan. Narinig ko na yung, don't call us, we'll call you. Inis na inis ako. Sabi ko, grabe yung discrimination nitong personal manager ng Jollibee. Talagang ang bilis. Sinasabi ko naman kung gaano ko kasipag, ayaw niya akong pakinggan, na ako yung nagigib ng tubig sa amin, na ako namamalengke sa amin, 8 kaming magkakapatid, ako lahat, ganyan. Sabi, alam mo yung lumong-lumo ako nung umalis ako. Kasi alam ko, pag natanggap ako doon, pagbubutihin ko yung Jollibee para eventually, pag tumagal ako doon, kailangan magkaroon na ako ng sarili kong restaurant. So, with a heavy heart, umalis ako sa Jollibee. Tapos, yung isa kong kaklase, natanggap siya kasi nasa kanan siya, ako nasa kaliwa. So, tiningala ko yung Jollibee. Sabi ko, tandaan mo, babalikan kita. Di mo ko tinanggap gagawin ko ngayon kung ano ang makakapagpasaya sa akin. So, ang makakapagpasaya sa akin ay yung pagsusulat. Hindi talaga yung Jollibee. Gusto ko lang magkaroon ng extra money. Pero sabi ko, pag tinanggap ako ng Jollibee, that's the sign na kailangan kong paghusayan yung pagiging service crew. Hanggang sa magkaroon ako ng sarili kong restaurant. So anyway, umalis na ako, babalikan kita. So, ginawa ko na would make me happy. And that was writing. So nag-apprentice ako, 50 pesos isang araw, okay lang. So that was 1988. Nag-alalay ako kay Christopher Min. Tapos, inaaral ko kung paano siya nagsusulat. Tapos, kung paano mag-edit, kung paano mag-proofread. Dumating pa sa point na wala akong pera, pupunta ako ng National Bookstore para magbasa ng tamang grammar, tamang spelling, tamang punctuation mark. Kasi nga naging proofreader ako. Magpo-proofreader ako. So sabi ko, aralin ko nga ito kasi ito yung gusto ko. So imagine niyo yun, lagi akong bisita ng National Bookstore pero wala akong pera. Patakas lang ako na nagbabasa ng mga dictionary, ng grammar and chuchu correct grammar chenes, mga ganon, yung mga librong na wala pang balot ng plastic nung araw. Tapos pag nandyan na yung guard, bigla akong babalik sa dati yung libro, aalis ako. Tapos pag wala na ulit yung guard, babalik ako, babasahin ko ulit. Wala akong pera eh. Wala akong pera. So kumbaga, moving forward, so eto na ako ngayon. Ginawa ko yung gusto ko. Ginawa ko what will make me happy. And this is it. Andito ako ngayon. Ngayon, naisip ko, meron pala akong dapat ipagpasalamat dito sa personal manager, yung HR ng Jollibee. Kasi kung kinuha niya ako, wala ako dito. Kung kinuha niya ako, hindi ko magagawa what will make me happy. Diba? Kung tinanggap ako, hindi ko magagawa kung ano yung makakapagpasaya ng puso ko. Kaya sabi ko, gusto kong balikan yung Jollibee. Gusto kong hanapin yung personal manager. Gusto kong magpasalamat sa kanya. At gusto ko siyang i-treat sa McDo. Diba? Parang 'di ba? Parang ganoon eh, 'yun ang kapalaran mo. Pag ikaw na-reject, hindi mo dapat isipin na pag na-reject ka, tae ka na. Pag na-reject ka, mababang uri ka ng tao. Pag na-reject ka, ang malas mo. Pag na-reject ka, hindi ako anak ng Diyos kasi na-reject ako. No. Sabi nga ni Berwin Mailey, rejection is a redirection. Pag na-reject ka, hindi ka doon dinala ng Panginoon. Dadaling ka niya sa tama. Dadaling ka niya sa mas okay. Diba? Kaya ang paniniwala ko noon, sabi ko, pag hindi pinangyari ng Diyos, hindi ko dapat pilitin. Pag pinilit ko yung isang bagay, pwedeng ibigay sa akin ni Lord. Pero may kaakibat na challenges na dapat kong malampasan para ma-deserve ko yun. Kaya ang weird ko, pag may problema ako, na-e-excite ako. Sabihin nyo na talagang weird, na-e-excite ako pag may problema. Kasi lagi kong iniisip, my God, ano kayang regalo ng Diyos? Kailangan maano ko to. Kailangan malutas ko tong problemang to kasi alam ko merong regalo ang Diyos. Na laging totoo. Laging merong regalo ang Diyos. Kasi nalampasan ko siya. Kasi naharap ko siya. Kasi natutunan ko siyang solusyonan. Kasi hindi ko siya tinalikuran. Kaya dapat, ganun lang ang buhay natin. Dapat tayo ang tingin natin sa ganyan ayaw nila sa akin. Redirection yun. Hindi siya rejection. Kasi, di ba, minsan may paghihiganti pa yan, ha? Oo, pag ako naging successful, babalikan kita. Tapos bigla, di ba, parang teleserye. Kilala mo ba ako? Ako lang naman ang nireject mo nung araw. Nandito ako ngayon para ipamukha sa'yo na hanggang ngayon nandiyan ka pa rin. Pero ako na ang may-ari ng company mo. Di ba? Parang teleserye. kaya pero dapat hindi ganun ang attitude, di ba? Kaya dapat yung rejection, minsan pag naging successful ka sa buhay, hanapin mo yung rejection. Sino ba nag-reject sa akin? Gusto kong pasalamatan kasi ni-reject niya ako. Diba? Kaya yung ano natin, kung punggok man tayo, bansot tayo, dahil kahit ako 5'4.5" lang ako. Diba? Pero hindi ako walang pakialam ang height sa pangarap ko. Gagawin ko what will make me happy. And at the same time, I will translate my happiness into income. Masaya na ako, kumita pa ako. Dapat ganun ang attitude natin. Lalo na sa panahon ngayon ng pandemya, dapat gawin mo what will make you happy. Huwag kang dedepende o huwag kang magko-concentrate sa mga sama ng loob, sa rejection ng ibang tao, sa pambubuli ng ibang tao. Kasi pagka ganon, kasalanan mo kung bakit miserable buhay mo. Kasalanan mo kung bakit araw-araw ka umiiyak. Kasalanan mo kung bakit pusong mamon ka. Kung bakit balat sibuyas ka. Kasi ang tanda mo na hindi ka pa rin natututo sa buhay. Bata ka pa lang, tinutokso ka na. Bata ka pa lang, naririnig mo na yung ayaw mong marinig. Tapos ngayon matanda ka na, nasasaktan ka. Hindi mo ba natutunan yan nung bata? Di ba? So, if I were you, pag kayo nireject, huwag kayo magalit sa company. Hindi nyo alam, darating ang panahon, pasasalamatan niyo yung company na yun kasi nireject kayo. Di ba? Kasi, pag kayo pinilit yung matanggap doon sa isang work o sa isang company, pag pinilit niyo yan, baka doon kayo madisgrasya. Pwedeng ibigay sa iyo yan, pero madidisgrasya ka. Pwedeng ibigay sa iyo yung company or yung trabaho na yon, pero maraming challenges, pero maraming maiinggit sa iyo, maraming titira sa iyo. 'Di ba? Hindi mas may problema ka pagka ganun. Pagka ganun, huwag mo nang pilitin kasi mayroong ibang nakalaan para sa iyo. Ganun lang ang buhay. Kaya lagi kayong mag-abang ng sorpresa mula sa taas. Dahil hindi naman lahat rejection. Hindi naman lahat luha. Oo. Minsan nakakalimutan lang nating Minsan alam mo, ang problema ay blessing din, ha? Lagi niyong tatandaan yan. Ang pagdating ng problema sa buhay ng isang tao ay blessing din. Alam niyo kung bakit? Habang kayo nagkakaproblema, habang kayo ay binibigyan ng problema, ibig sabihin, kaya nyo solusyonan yon. Ibig sabihin, God won't give you challenges or problems you cannot handle. Kaya sa'yo binibigay yan. Kasi alam ko itong anak kong ito, kakayanin niya to. Kasi alam ko itong anak kong ito, malalampasan niya yan at magtatagumpay siya dyan. Diba? So, lagi nyo ituturing ang problema ay blessing din. Tandaan ninyo, kapag hindi na kayo nagka-problema, kapag hindi na dumating ang problema sa buhay ninyo, patay na kasi kayo noon. Isang tanong lang, dami ko sagot. Sorry. Okay, so, yes. O, hindi na kayo nagsalita. Hello?
Later. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Ogie Diaz. So, Darren, did Mr. Ogie Diaz answer your question?
Thank you, Sir Ogie, for sharing your life experiences with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat. Okay, so wala nang magtatanong.
Wala na?
Your hand is raised. Sino to? Sino yan? Sino to?
Kayo.
Sino? Okay. Akala ko nagtataas ang kamay kasi magtatanong. Yun ba yan? Sorry, hindi ako techie.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good na. Sir
Okay,
Ogie.
maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana may natutunan kayo. Sana ay hindi naman nasayang ang oras ninyo. Sana ay anong tawag nito? Sana ay kayo ay may napulot at meron kayong bibit-bitin sa mga hamon sa buhay. 51 na ako at ako ay full of rejection, bata pa lang ako. Kaya hindi na ako nasya-shock. Anyway, maraming salamat sa inyo, ha? Thank you so much. At sana ay kinapulutan nyo ng aral ng mga pinagsasasabi ko rito, ha? Maraming salamat sa inyo. At sana mabalitaan ko one of these days, may kakalabit sa akin at sasabihin na nagtagumpay po ako dahil may nagamit po ako sa mga sinabi niyo. May nagamit po ako sa wisdom ninyo.
Sir Haji, thank you po.
Maraming salamat. Thank you so
Thank you po.
much. Ako'y magpapaalam na at thank you. Kayo mag-iingat, ha. Maraming salamat. Bye.
Salamat po.
Sir Ogie.
Thank you.
So, happy pa ba kayo? So, sabi ni Sir Ogie, dapat happy lang, di ba? So, okay. So, let's have our second speaker. Okay. And he is a master trainer at one of the biggest BPO company in the country. Please welcome Mr. Joshua Miguel de los Santos. Do we have Josh on the...
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much, Sean. So, hi guys. Good morning. Sorry, I'm so used to saying good morning in my classes because we work in a BPO industry, but it's actually good evening. So, Sean is actually one of our trainers as well. So, I'd like to thank Sean for inviting me doing this talk about Flossom. I'm not really I don't have the right to talk about this because I haven't fully accepted myself yet, if I may say. But let me share my screen, and I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you some of my experiences or my tips on how are you going to love yourself or embrace your flaws. So let me just share my screen real quick. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay, perfect. So later on, I'll also would like to ask everyone to utilize their chat room. I'm gonna ask some questions, and I'd like to have your participation by sending out reactions if I told you to do so. Okay. Okay. So for my topic, it's basically Flossom, embracing imperfections and knowing that you are awesome. So I'd like everyone to describe what you're seeing on the screen right now. So if you'd like, if you can describe what's on your screen right now, imagine this is a piece of paper, and then in the chat room, send me your description of what you're seeing right now. Anyone? Okay. Jat said with white paper with black stain. Okay, Jason too. A clean paper with black smudge on it, spilled ink. Right. So much like Sean says dirt, right? So some sort of a dirt, right? You're correct. So much like people, people tend to focus more on the negative things rather than the positive ones. So most of us would always focus on the flaws or the imperfections, and hindi talaga, they would not see that it's the other side of the paper is clean. So I'd like you to reflect on that. And I realized that the only reason why we have this idea of what imperfections are is because we have a picture in mind of how a perfect face or body should look like. Do you guys agree on that? Kaya tayo may perception kung ano yung mga flaws ng isang tao kasi meron tayong picture in our heads kung ano ang itsura ng taong perfect in terms of their body, in terms of their faces. I'm not sure if anyone is chatting, but I'd like to know if you guys agree.
We do agree.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like also everyone to send in the chat room if you're gonna describe, or I'd like a volunteer instead. Raise your hand if you want to volunteer, guys. May pa-Gcash si Sean. O magsasend kami ng Gcash. Anyone would love to volunteer? It's not gonna be hard. I'm just gonna ask a question. Or is it fine if I call on someone?
Sure.
Okay. Let's call on Patricia. Siochi, if I mispronounced your name, I'm sorry. Patricia, are you there?
Yes po.
Hi, Patricia. Nice talking, or nice to meet you.
Hello po.
Okay, so I'd just like to know if you would describe a perfect face or a perfect body, how would you describe it?
For someone po na masyadong into the beauty standards, yung parang hinulma na po tayo. For me, someone na may matangos na ilong, ganon, and the V-shaped face, and someone who has an hourglass body shape, parang ganon po.
Okay, thank you so much, Patricia. So most of the people, if you will ask them what a perfect body should look like, it's basically the same thing. And what do you think influence everyone to have that kind of perspective? K-drama, social norms, right? Media, I think it's media, right? Exactly. So if we're gonna talk about flaws, most of them are influenced by media, society, and trends. And so starting from whatever we see in billboards, in ads, in commercials, even in movies or series, from the internet, social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, media standard of how a leading lady or a leading man should look like, or not to mention TV shows with a character that is making fun of another character just because the way she looks. And ironically, we find it fun. So there's a lot of influence nowadays with regards of what the beauty standard is. And in order for you to embrace your imperfections and become flawsome, I'd like to give you some tips. So if you are, tip number one, just remove your idea of perfection. So if you're gonna forget what society dictates, if you're going to forget what media is trying to plan in your brains, as cliche as it may sound, but beauty is really in the eye of the beholder. And seeing beauty in a different pair of lenses and looking past the things you see on the outside, but rather focus on what's the inside. And if you're gonna stop comparing yourself, I think that's gonna be one hell of a step in order for you to accept your flaws. I'd like to know your thoughts on that, guys. If you can send out your thoughts in the chat room. I want this to be interactive. Guys, are you still there? Like, I'd just like to know your thoughts on removing your idea of perfection is one key in order for you to accept your imperfections. Kasi sabi nga ni Sir Ogie kanina, if or Audie, if people think na we're fat or we're ugly, nagiging fat lang naman tayo kasi meron tayong idea of what being sexy is. Meron tayong idea kung ano ba talaga ang maganda, what's good looking, what's perfect and what's good. If we don't have that idea, wala tayong flaws in the first place. If we're gonna think about history, beauty is changing or evolving based on the society standards. Before, we have parang they see chubby people na beautiful. They see people with thin brows beautiful. They see short people beautiful. And it's always evolving. Depends on what's the trend and what people sees as beautiful. So if we don't have that standard at all, don't you guys think that there won't be flaws at all? Accept the fact that no one is perfect. Exactly. So that's the first tip. Second tip is having the so what attitude or a mindset. So remove your idea of perfection is the first tip. The second tip is having the so what mindset. When we say so what mindset, it's not caring about what everyone else's think, minding your business, your own business, living your life, and knowing what's important. And I realized that in everything that you do or however you look like, everyone around you will have their fair share of opinions. So what? If they're gonna say something negative about you, so what? If you don't have that kind of attitude, and if you really know who among your friends or who among your circle is is the most important, I think you wouldn't care at all for negativity, and you'll be able to accept the fact that you're beautiful no matter what. I also have, okay, let me just read something in the chat room. Also, accept also the fact that everyone has different preferences. Right. It's, even though we have standards, speaking of preferences, I believe that you have to respect what other people's preferences are, but not to the point that, I mean, it's their preferences anyway. You have your own, I'm pretty sure, but thinking about it's also influenced by media as well. So whatever standards that you have right now may be influenced by media and what you're seeing on your cell phones or in your computers right now. But however, it's still, I mean, if you don't have that kind of a standard, just like other people, and looking what's really important, I think you'll be good to go. I mean, can't wait for the time when people with skin conditions will be considered beautiful too. Right. So sabi nga nila, baka hindi pa nauuso yung ganun, no? Kasi it may revolve, or it may evolve. Maybe 10 years from now, the concept of what beautiful right now isn't beautiful anymore. And skin conditions are, sabi nga Sir Ogie, we can't do anything about it. It's wala tayong choice. We did not choose that, to have that condition. But as long as you're not doing anything wrong to other people, it's fine. Again, have the mindset of so what? You're not gonna be less of a person if you have those conditions. You're not gonna be less of a person if pangu ka, mataba ka, maitim ka, may skin condition ka, kulot ka, bungi ka, or whatever. So what? As long as you're happy with the way you look, then fuck them. And people, whoever whoever those body shamers are, if they don't play an important role in your life, just don't mind them. And as long as you're not doing anything wrong, then so what? Personality matters, right? Yeah, fuck yeah. sorry for my French, but yeah. So having or not giving shit or not giving care to other people's opinion is fine. Um, Maganda man o mali yung ginawa mo, people are gonna say something about it. So pasok sa kabilang tenga, labas lang sa kabila. And as long as you're happy, that's fine. And for me, chubby is cool, right? I mean, whatever your body type is, it's all cool. And sorry, let me. Hercules said, standards of beauty molds by how people see it. And years come along, many platforms nor stage that we are now starting to embrace diversity. And diversity is beautiful. Exactly. And I'm liking the fact that brands nowadays are coming up with beauty products that will cater to all skin types or shades of color. A lot of people or companies are opening up to diversity and embracing equality. And I'd like to also comment on the question earlier. The companies that are having some requirements, for example, airlines. I think the height requirement is because you have to reach a certain height, because unless you wouldn't be able to reach the compartments in the airplane, and that's something that is necessary because you're gonna assist passengers if you're in a plane. So I don't think that's part of discrimination, as long as the standards is not degrading anyone, and if it's really necessary in order for you to do your job properly, and I'm fine with that. I don't see any problem of that at all. What I'm seeing problem is companies who are not accepting people just because of their gender. I mean, gender doesn't have anything to do with the way you perform your job, right? So, but the height requirement, I don't think that's really discriminating. Yeah. So again, whatever other people tell you about the way you look, just say so what, and don't care. As long as they're not putting money or food in your plate, it's fine. And the last thing that I want to say, but this is probably the most important, of course, about being Flossom, is to love yourself. I choose me. I choose to love me. Loving oneself is a form of acceptance, and accepting the fact that I can't please everybody, accepting my strengths and my weaknesses, accepting that I'm not less of a person if I don't fit in the mold or if I'm different. Although, don't get me wrong, it's easier said than done. I experienced a lot of negative things as well before. So it's always a cycle. When I was young, not as young as I am right now, but I experienced a lot of negative things. It's a cycle of denial, anger, depression. And until I came to the point when I realized that I am worthy of being loved. But I'd like to tell everyone that love must come from yourself first. In order for you to receive and give love, you have to love yourself first. Knowing that you are worth it no matter what you look like. And again, not giving shit about other people, as long as you're confident and as long as you're owning it. And as long as you love yourself, you're going to be the awesomest person there is. I mean, that's self-love right there. Right. So I love me. And loving yourself is the best gift for yourself that anyone cannot take it from you, right? So loving yourself and loving every single inch of your body, looking at your flaws as a sign of uniqueness, as a sign of individuality. And just like the video, it will be so boring if you're gonna see everyone looking the same, right? So if everyone is tall, if everyone is faired skin, if everyone has pointed nose, it's super boring. And being normal is super boring. But looking at your flaws is a sign of strength and as a sign of courage, because it will take courage to love yourself. Sabi nga nila, this is one of the quotes that I always say. Ang pagmamahal ay para sa mga matatapang. It's not only about you loving another person, but it's also about you loving yourself. If you don't have the courage to accept what you see in the mirror, if you don't have the courage to accept your flaws, if you don't have the courage to accept you, then you're gonna have a hard time being free, being true to yourself, and you're going to have a hard time accepting who you are. And if everything goes as planned, and if the three tips that I gave you, if you're going to do them, then by then you'll be able to embrace your flaws and be truly flawsome. So let me stop sharing my screen. And I'd like everyone to open their cameras. I'd like to see your beautiful faces. I'd like to see your beautiful faces, guys. So but if you don't have a camera, that's fine. So I'd like everyone to raise their right hand. Raise your right hand, and then tap yourself and your shoulder and tell yourself, I love me and I am flawsome. Again, thank you so much, guys, for giving me this opportunity to give you a piece of what's going on inside my mind. And I really, truly appreciate everyone who attended and for the organizers to give me the opportunity to talk to you guys. So thank you so much. I hope everyone love themselves, and God bless always. Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Miguel. Yeah, may I know who are those who have questions for Miguel before we proceed? Anyone? Going once, going twice, raise your hands. Okay. Okay. Jeremy Carag, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. May question ata si Jeremy.
Yes po. Kasi how will you taught a kid, 8-year-old kid who are struggling with self-esteem? Paano mo tuturo sa kanya yung self-love or yung flawsome?
Okay. Thank you for that wonderful question, Jeremy. And in order for, sabi ko nga, it's going to be hard to love yourself, and it's going to be a long process. If you're going to teach your kid to see everyone and appreciate everything and be an example to them, if you're not gonna, or if you're gonna be an example, like before I answer your question, Jeremy, I'd like to know what are the instances ba na nangyari, and then ano ba yung situation, in order, or meron bang instance na pwede mo siyang turuan ng self-love, or is it something na gusto mo lang i-initiate right now? Wala namang certain instance na nangyari.
Oh, there's this one time po kasi, my niece, si Zia, she came into me and she said, sometimes I feel ugly. For me, as a 21-year-old tita na, oh my God, bakit ganito nararamdaman ng pamangkin ko? Hindi niya deserved. Sabi ko, what makes you feel that way? Sabi niya, because somebody told me. And naniniwala ka doon. Sabi niya, "Eh, sana, parang maybe, I believe in that. I believe in that sayings. Tapos, hindi ko alam kung ano yung sasagot ko, pero ang nasabi ko lang is, hindi ikaw yung sinasabi nila. Ikaw yung taong nakikita mo sa sarili mo. And for me, you are the most wonderful thing happened sa buhay ko, and you are beautiful in your own way. And somehow, kasi ang nagsabi din pala sa kanya noon is yung playmate niya back then, dun sa school. So parang nabully siya somehow. And syempre hindi ko naman makokontrol yung ibang bata, di ba? Ang kaya ko lang kontrolin is yung mindset, yung parang gusto ko lang ma-impluwensyahan yung pamangkin ko in that, kung paano ko ipapakita sa kanya self-love. Pero I think what I said is not enough. Gusto ko pa siya mas turuan pa.
Well, you know what, Jeremy, you're actually right in saying you are beautiful, and giving that advice when nung nagkwento yung pamangkin mo. But in order for you to teach someone how to love themselves is to be an example. For example, if you're going to be outside, or if you're going to be with your pamangkin watching TV, or playing with other kids, just be a good example by appreciating other people. Na hindi porke, for example, if you see something in TV na a skin of or a person of color, or chubby, or mataba, tell them that it's fine and it's beautiful, with not putting any standards in your own. If you're with her, your pamangkin, is something na mirror niya. If nakikita niya na you appreciate things kahit iba-iba sila ng itsura, and you give them affirmation as well, I think your pamangkin will not have a hard time applying it to herself. And just encouraging them every now and then is going to be helpful. But again, I'm not an expert at this. I don't have the right to talk about this, really, I feel like, because I'm not an expert. I'm not a graduate of psychology of some sort. But again, it starts from your households. Kung may mga bata kayo, may mga pamangkin, may mga anak, may mga kapatid, just being a good example will go a long way. I hope I answered your question, Jeremy.
Yes po, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that question. Anyone else? I see that Jason says, Sir Migs, how do you handle all the stress at work? I know working in the BPO is stressful. I don't think it's appropriate to answer that question right now because it's not the topic given. But as long as you love your job, nothing will be stressful. I mean, stress is part of it, but as long as you know how to take breaks in between, you're gonna be fine. Hercules said, what would be your advice to those people believing that having a skinny or being a person of size is a thing that don't fit in a society or workplace? Sorry, Hercules, can you expound on your question, please? I'm not sure if I get the gist. Hercules, are you there? So if your question is about people believing that being fat or thin is not gonna fit in the society or the workplace, sabi nga ni Sir Oji Diaz, hindi lang yun yung company na meron. Probably finding the right one. And if I wouldn't want to work with a company that is not accepting equality, is not promoting equality, and highlighting discrimination. I wouldn't want to work in that kind of a company. I would look for a company that accepts every individual that there is, and they will look at your skills because you're good and not because you're thin or fat. So probably my advice is to think about the company that you're applying for, because no one would want to be in a workplace that is not safe in terms of discrimination. So I mean, for those who are criticizing our friends and who are a person of science, I'm sorry. I think did I answer your question already, or iba pa tong question na to? Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else would like to end? Or yes, Darren.
Hello, Miguel.
Hi, Darren.
Do you think I think that Filipinos are judgmental in nature, and the
I
way
agree.
our webinar goes, parang the least thing that we can do is not necessarily to normalize it, but you've given us you and Sir Oji given us some tips on kung paano natin sila maiwasan or how to toughen ourselves. So do you think that body shaming or some sort of bullying cannot be stopped? The least thing that we can do lang is to toughen ourselves.
No, I don't really believe that it's 100% true that that's the only thing that we can do. And I don't believe that bullying can't be stopped. It can, but it's going to be a long process and it's going to be a hard one. I kind of agree with Sir Oji about toughening yourself, but in my personal point of view, I'm not even discrediting Sir Oji for this. But in my point of view, people who are doing the bullying should stop. It's not our responsibility to toughen up. We're not the one who's doing the wrong thing. People who's doing the wrong thing should stop what they're doing. So hindi lang natin, I mean, it's kind of like your self-defense to toughen up, but we have to put a stop on those people na nambubully and saying bad things to other people. Yeah, that's about it. But it's gonna be a long one. That's why if we start now, start with the. I feel like I'm so old when I say this. The next generation really is going to be sorry. It's going to be the sabi nga ni Rizal, sila yung pag-asa ng bayan. So if you're gonna teach your nephews or niece, yung mga kapatid nyo, yung mga bunso nyong kapatid, to stop discriminating other, call them out whenever they have a playmate na sinabihan nilang pangit, negra, kulot, or whatever. Call them out and explain to them that everyone's beautiful. If everyone would have that mindset, then this society is going to be a better place to live in. Pero matagal siya. And bullying, it's coming from their own insecurity. There's probably something happened in their childhood, kaya nila ginagawa yun sa iba. It's a form of self-defense. Sabi nga ni Sir Benz or ni Basha kanina na it's inuunahan nila probably na dahil naramdaman nila dati, I'm now doing it to other people, or instead of you bullying me, I'm gonna bully you first para to show that I'm stronger than you. But we have to have an open mind, and we have to have an open heart to probably understand where they're coming from and not to bully them back. I know sabi ni Sir Oji na you have to try to call or answer them back with sarcasm, but I don't also 100% agree with that. Probably if you're gonna open your mind and think about this person who's bullying me, it's probably lonely. It's probably experiencing something na hindi ko naiintindihan. Kaya siya ganyan sa akin. and probably try to be friend with your bully and ask them why are they doing it. And then if you have the courage to do that, I advise you to do so. And if they at lumabas kung bakit sila ganon, and kung wala lang kasi silang friends, and if that's the only way of them gaining friends, then kill them with kindness. Probably mas magiging mabuti siya sa'yo if you're gonna kill them with kindness and not gonna answer them back with sarcasm. Any more questions, guys? Bully people are already there. Educate, I think, is the key. Yeah, educate them. So I think that's it. Constructive siguro, kakatakotin ng sarcasm. I do sarcasm all the time with my learners, with my trainees. Just because I want to train them to identify sarcasm, but if it's gonna be used to diminish other people, I don't think that's a good thing to do. So I think I don't have any more questions. but I hope you guys learned something from me. Again, I'm not an expert, and I'm not perfect of to be an example here in front of you guys, but I really appreciate the time and the opportunity to let me speak my mind.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Miguel. All right. For our fourth speaker, let's have body positivity advocate and women empowerment advocate, Miss Lane Manlapas.
Hello po, good evening. Buhay pa po ba kayo? Medyo madami na yung speakers natin. Kaya pa po? So let me share my screen. Pero bago po ako mag-share ng screen, pwede po bang makita mo na yung heart reacts kung gising pa po yung audience natin? Ayan, let me see your heart reacts po. Ayan, gising pa naman sila. Okay, let me share my screen po. Hindi pala. Adjust ko lang po yung screen size. So, okay. So for self-introduction, I am Lane. Just call me Lane na lang po. But my whole name is Lane Jeremiah C. Manlapas. I'm 19 years old. So, a self-love and body positivity advocate. So, ang topic na napunta po sa akin is the adverse effects of body shaming. So, before we start, gusto ko lang po muna mag-share ng isang quote from a psychiatrist. So, ang sabi po niya, even in families or cultures that might lovingly tease a family member for being overweight, there can be underlying harm. So I want to emphasize that this doesn't happen only to overweight people. So tayong mga Pilipino kasi, we love to joke about people's appearance and label it as lambing. Sinong naka-experience niyan? Pwede patingin ng heart reacts kung naka-experience niya na yon. Yung tatawagin kang, uy, ang taba mo, pero pag na-offend ka, sasabihin sa'yo, ito naman, lambing lang. Di ba? Lambing lang daw yon. So, however, we have to remember that how people will take our remark, it is not up to us. So, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na tinawag mo kong mataba, tapos na-offend ako. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na bawal ako ma-offend. Dapat hindi ako na-offend. Kasi ako yung nasa receiving end. So, pwedeng sa atin, hindi yun masyadong yung mga ganong comment, hindi siya masyadong nakakasakit, hindi siya masyadong mabigat. But to them, it may mean something. So, merong iba, sinashrug off lang. Pero sa iba, sobrang bigat na nung word na, o nung sentence na binitawan mo. So, let's talk about statistics. So, body shaming statistics, sabi, up to 35% daw yung global prevalence. So, sa population ng mundo, may 35% doon na nakakaranas ng body shaming. And 92.7% of them are women. Tapos 86% naman yung men. So, Lane, need namin malaman because, so we need to know these statistics para malaman natin kung gaano kadami yung affected ng body shaming. And malaman natin kung gaano, magkaroon tayo ng idea, gaano karami yung nagsasuffer sa effects niya. So, when I dug deep, syempre nag-research para sa topic, I realized that actually, body shaming, ang first effect lang niya, or yung pinaka-main effect niya, is self-consciousness. So self-consciousness as defined technically is heightened sense of awareness of oneself, especially with how others may perceive one's appearance or actions. So ang ginagawa kasi ng body shaming, it makes you hyper aware. So let's say you are living your life normally, tapos someone pointed out something about you na hindi ka naman bothered. So for example, naglalakad ka lang sa hall, tapos may nakasalubong kang dati mong kakilala or your friend, tapos sabi niya, uy, tumataba ka. Or habang nagkakamustahan kayo, sabi niya sa'yo, uy, medyo malaki pala yung ilong mo. So ikaw naman, iniisip mo, ala, malaki ba yung ilong ko? Ala, tumaba ba ako? So yung dating hindi ka naman bothered about, you become suddenly hyper aware of it. So ngayon, hindi mo na siya matanggal sa isip mo. Ino-overthink mo na. So yun yung main effect ng body shaming. So paano lumalala? Kasi from self-consciousness, nagiging negative body image siya. So when we say negative body image, di ba dinefine siya kanina ng first speaker natin. So ang body image is how we look at ourselves, how we feel about ourselves. So ang negative body image naman, negative thoughts and feelings about your body. So aminan na natin, it's easier to notice negative things about our bodies kaysa sa mga positives. Kasi sabi nga nila, yung mga standards na nilalagay natin sa mundo, mas harsher kapag sa sarili na natin. So from just being conscious sa utak mo, from being self-conscious, ngayon, confirmed na kapag may negative body image ka na. Nagkakaroon ka ng negative body image. So, inisip mo na, mataba nga ako, ang taba ko nga, ang laki nga ng ilong ko, ayoko na sa katawan ko. So, nakikita nyo yung effect kung paano nagpa-progress yung self-consciousness to negative body image. Actually, merong, hindi ko na na-include dito sa slide, but Cedric Dan, he is a blogger. He actually made a survey about Filipinos. So, kapag nasa gathering daw ba, tas may nakapansin ng nag-comment about sa appearance mo, tas paano ka na-apektuhan nun? Sabi na yung 17% ng Filipinos na nagsagot ng survey, yung negative comment down na yon, that made them feel uncomfortable during the whole event, during the whole gathering. Tapos 27% naman nung nagsagot ng survey, yung nagsabi na even after the event, yung negative feeling na naramdaman nila about sa appearance nila, it stays with them kahit tapos na yung event na yon. Nagigets nyo ba, guys? So yung may 27% ng population na kahit tapos na yung event, tapos mo nang sabihin yon, sa'yo wala na yon, sa kanila meron pa din. At dala-dala pa rin nila yon kahit naka-move on ka na, kahit tapos na yung event na yon. So, alam nyo ba na ang prevalence ng negative body image sa pre-adolescence girls is 50% and 30% sa boys. So when we say when we say pre-adolescent, it means 9 to 13 years old. So kanina yung sinabi ni Miss Jeremy about sa niece niya. Imagine 9 to 13 years old pa lang ang katawan ng tao nag-change, nagde-develop pa lang at this point. Diyan pa lang nag-uumpisa 'yon. Tapos meron na sila agad negative na outlook dun sa body nila. And it doesn't just stay with kids. Adults are also affected. So actually mas lalo nga lumalaki yung percentage. So as you can see, 60% women are affected and 40% men are affected, or sila yung may mga negative body image. So ngayon, tapos na tayo sa level ng negative body image. Ano naman po nangyayari, Lane, kapag pag may negative body image ako, kapag negative yung mga iniisip ko sa katawan ko? So pwede kang magkaroon ng low self-esteem, self-worth, and self-confidence. So ano nga bang pinagkaiba-iba nun? So yung self-worth, it is recognition of one's own value. So for example, kung gaano mo tignan yung sarili mo, kung gaano ka kamahal-mahal, kung ano yung value mo as a person. So, kapag ka low self-worth ang tingin mo sa sarili mo, meron kang low self-worth, the tendencies are you are most likely to get involved with unhealthy relationships. So, almost 50% of women have been body shamed by their partners and 23% naman sa men. So paano nga ba papasok dyan yung unhealthy relationships? So since constant criticism yung naririnig mo sa partner mo, nagkakaroon ka ng attitude na kailangan mong i-tolerate na titikisin mo na lang yung mga unreasonable behavior nila. Kasi nga, iniisip mo, may mali sa'yo. You think that I must earn love or I'm unlovable, and one way to earn that love or friendship, kahit sa friendship, is to tolerate with their unreasonable behavior, with their misdoings. This is also one of the reasons why people put up with cheating. Kasi iniisip nila, hindi ako enough, kaya siya nag-cheat. Ako yung may kasalanan. Kasi maliit yung breast ko, kaya naganap siya ng may malaking breast. Yung mga ganun ba? So mababa yung self-value nila. Let's go with self-confidence. So sabi, in 2016 daw, 47% of women have said that the way they look holds back and limits what they can do. So self-confidence, ito yung tiwala natin sa sarili natin tsaka sa mga capabilities natin, sa mga abilidad natin. And 47% of women, maghalos magkakalahati na to ang nagsabi na yung itsura ko yung nakakapigil sa mga gusto kong gawin. So ako mismo, ganito ako mag-isip dati. Hindi ako pwede magsuot ng sleeveless kasi maitim yung kilikili ko. Hindi ako pwede mag-crop top kasi mataba ako, malaking tiyan ko. Hindi ako pwede mag-artista kasi payat dapat doon, maputi. 'Di ba? And it happens. It really happens. So lalo na kapag lagi siyang dinidikdik sa'yo, mataba ka, gano'n. It lowers your self-confidence. So kapag ka mababa yung tatlo na yon, lalo na pag dahil sa body shaming, yung self-esteem, which is the overall pagtingin mo sa sarili mo, yung paano mo pakiramdaman, ano yung inisip mo, yung self-esteem kasi, it is how we think, feel, and believe about ourselves as a whole package. So yung tatlong nauna kanina, yung negative body image, self-worth, self-value, under sila ng self-esteem. So yung overall na pagtingin mo sa sarili mo, bumababa. So next, so disorders. Kapag body shaming kasi, it's not just sinasabi natin na masama yung epekto sa atin. No, there are actually recorded or statistics na proven na nakaka-apekto siya sa tao. So here are some, pero i-explore pa natin isa-isa. So eating disorders. When we say anorexia, it is declining to eat or eating a very low amount of calorie per day. So ibig sabihin ko, so super konti lang na ini-intake mo, ayaw mo nang kumain. Pag na-reach mo kunyari yung 500 calories, ayaw mo na. Kota ka na ng araw na yon. So next, yung bulimia, it is binging and purging. So binging, ibig sabihin kakain sila ng madami. Tapos, ang tendency nun, they feel guilty tsaka disgusted afterwards. So, pinapurge nila yon. Forced vomit. Alam nyo yun, yung parang susundutin mo yung ano mo, tapos isusukan mo yung sangala-ngala mo. So, ganun yung nangyayari, binging and purging. So, what's sad about this is 90% of women resort to dieting, and majority of this number actually result na nagko-continue siya sa eating disorders. So, nagkakaroon ng development from dieting lang, nagiging full-blown eating disorder siya. Actually, hindi lang ito yung eating disorders, pero ito yung pinaka-common. Tapos, 1 in 3 of the total cases of diagnosed anorexia and bulimia are men. So, it's not just women. Tulad nga ng sabi kanina pa natin sinasabi, simula sa first speaker, men also experience the effects of it. Tapos, 65% daw ng may eating disorder are victims of bullying, which includes body shaming. So, di ba, gaano kalaki yung percentage na yon na nakakaapekto para ma-push yung isang tao na maging anorexic and bulimic. Super sad niya actually. Kasi if you think about it, kapag may eating disorder ka, tumataas yung chances ng suicide, and not only that, death din mismo. So next disorder natin is body dysmorphic disorder. So it affects 1.7 to 2.9% of the general population. Pero ang sabi ng professionals, most likely daw mas malaki pa yung affected na percentage kasi most people with BDD, hindi takot sila mag-come up or takot sila ma-diagnose. So, ang BDD po is excessive concern about perceived defects in one's physical appearance. So, ito yung kahit sobrang minimal lang ng flaw mo or minsan sa atin, wala silang flaw, non-existent yung flaw na yon. sa kanila, meron. And they overthink it. Kumbaga sa atin, minor lang yun, di natin nakikita. Sa kanila, dun sila nakafocus. So sabi ni si Billie Eilish, siya, inamin niya mismo na meron siyang body dysmorphic order. And sabi niya, I was always worried about my appearance, quote and unquote. Yan. That was the peak of my dysmorphia. Yung hindi na daw niya kaya magtumingin sa salamin. And if you know Reed Ewing, he is an actor from Modern Family. So ang first surgery niya is 19 years old. So ang ginawa niya nun is yung cheek implantation na para maging hollow yung cheeks niya. So parang maging ganyan. Parang sabi niya, as hollow as a corpse. Tapos after nun, masaya siya actually. Pero after nun, sandali lang yon. Ginawa niya, nag-undergo siya ulit ng multiple surgeries para i-fix yung problem, tingin niyang problem, dun sa nauna niyang surgery. So it never stops. Alam niyo yun, yung parang never silang nasasatisfy sa nila, sa itsura nila. And it's not arte lang. Hindi siya arte lang. It's actually a mental disorder. It has something to do with your with mentality. So merong mga dito, merong mga treatment, but then again, not everyone is able to access the treatment. So kaya may mga hanggang ngayon, minsan nga hindi pa nila alam, may BDD pala sila. So next effect of body shaming is social anxiety. So ayan, buhay pa ba kayo guys? Are you still with me? Patingin nga ng heart reacts. Yan, nandyan pa naman sila. Okay, so next is social anxiety. So an intense, persistent fear of being watched and judged by others. So kapag may social anxiety ka naman, ito yung you feel the need to be apart or isolated from others due to a sense of being defective or not good enough. So kung natatandaan nyo yung animation kanina, yung new student doon sabi niya, parang ayaw niya nang sumama sa school bus dahil sa constant criticism. Kung naabutan niya yung opening animation. That's what body shaming does to you. It makes you want to depart from people kasi kapag kasama mo sila, kapag may kasama kang iba, nararamdaman mo na i-judge nila ako. May mali sa akin, ang taba ko, hindi nila ako tatanggapin sa grupo nila. And you know, the feeling of isolation can cause depression din. So I actually searched paano nagko-cause ng depression yung body shaming. I tried to search and what I found is that body shame can become internalized and unhealthy when we experience consistent shaming messages about our bodies. So kahit directly or pag directly ibig sabihin, ikaw mismo yung nakakatanggap ng messages. So sabihin sa'yo, mataba ka, ganito, magpapayat ka na kasi, ganun. So kapag ka indirectly naman, yung sinabi ng first speaker natin kanina, si Miss Basha ba? Tama po ba? Sorry po. Ayan. So, yun naman yung mga na-expose ka sa ideal body type, beauty standards, yun yung indirect body shaming. So once na-internalize daw po natin yung shame na nararamdaman natin kapag nakaka-receive tayo ng ganong mga salita, messages, nakikita natin yung mga pictures na ganon, na-internalize yon. So parang nagiging nature na natin yung shame na nararamdaman natin. And this shame affects how you function, your emotions, your activities, kaya nagkakaroon ng depression. And hindi ko na po sinama dito sa slide, but we all know that depression and other body disorders, again, nasabi ko na kanina, it can lead to suicide and death. So, may gusto niyo pa ba malaman, guys, kung ano yung isa pang nakakasad about this? It's a cycle. So, katulad nga nung sinabi ni Sir OG kanina, di ba? Kapag sinabihan siya ng mataba ka, yung sinabi niya about sa, ikaw nga yung parang butik eh, ganon. So, 32%, according to a study, 32% of those people who have been body shamed are most likely to be body shamer. Actually, hindi most likely. Itong 32% na to, sila yung mga na-body shame na nang body shame din ng iba. So, for ako, example, ako, binody shame ko si Miguel, tsaka si Jari May. Si Jari May, may tendency siya, tsaka si Sir Miguel, na i-body shame din si Sir Darren, tsaka si Sir Joem. And it goes on and go on. It never stops. Diba? It's really sad kasi how do we stop this cycle? We have to educate them. Pero again, sabi nga ni Sir Miguel, it's not easy. It's gonna be a long, tiring, dreadful experience process. Pero we have to for the next generations not to suffer. 'Di ba? So, I want to emphasize that effects of body shaming are not exclusive to women that are plus size and skinny. Hindi lang siya para sa mga babae na mataba, mapayat. Kasi ang body shaming is about height, your body features. Okay, Lane, alam na namin yun. So, sino pa ba yung nakakaisip? So, bukod sa women, sino pa yung nakakaranas ng mga effects na to nung pinag-usapan natin? Elderly. So, elderly? Bakit elderly? Ang tatanda na niyang mga yan. Oh, that's the point. Ang tatanda na nila. So, na-experience pa rin nila yung gantong negativity. Nababody shame pa rin sila. Yes, sa hair, sa poor eyesight. So, minsan, di ba kapag matatanda na, gumagamit na tungkod, they also get body shame for it. O, people with disability, yung mga, for example, putol yung kamay mo, or pilay ka, tawag sa'yo, pilay. Uy, nandyan si putol. Diba? Tama, diba? Totoo naman. So next, LGBTQIA plus community. This one, I want to emphasize this, lalo na kapag trans ka. So, diba sinasabi nila, ang ganda pero may lawit. It doesn't help anyone. Some people kasi they body shame para lang maging edgy yung dating eh. So, para lang they get the last say. But then, it's not really good. It's not really good. It's really not good. So next is people with unique features. So sino dito nakakilala kay Camille sa Jamil? Do you guys know her? 'Di ba yung isa niyang kamay, it has 6 fingers. Tapos nakita niyo 'di ba nagkakalat yung mga meme tungkol sa kanya. That's body shaming. Pero tayo minsan tinatawanan lang natin. We just shrug it off kasi hindi naman tayong affected eh. Pero that's body shaming. So again, this one yung men, the last one na nilagay ko dito is, gusto ko din i-emphasize. Kasi as I was searching for content para dito sa topic na to, there were not enough numbers on men. Low numbers on men just mean na hindi sila na-study enough. Normally kasi nagiging outcast sila sa ganitong topic eh, kasi di ba nga, women are prone to it. Pero, yung lower number ng men na affected, ibig sabihin lang na hindi sila nare-research enough. We don't have enough numbers on men to actually say na hindi sila masyadong naapektuhan ng body shaming. No, kulang tayo sa information about how body shaming affects men. So, actually, medyo malapit na ako. Ito na yung last slide ko. Ang bilis naman. Tsaka baka mabilis lang ako magsalita. So yan, your words matter. I want to part with you guys by leaving this sentence. Your words matter. Kasi tayo, we all have the power to affect and influence others. So sometimes, nakakalimutan ng mga tao yung sinasabi natin. Pero how we made them feel, it stays with us. It stay with them. Hindi nila makakalimutan yun. Tandaan nyo yun. And when we say something, tandaan natin yung 10-second rule. If it cannot be changed by the person you're talking to within 10 seconds, don't say it. Kunyari may lipstick siya sa ngipin. Ayun, pwede niyang ayusin yun within 5 seconds nga lang, 3 seconds eh. Okay lang sabihin mo, uy, may lipstick ka sa sa ngipin mo. Punasan mo muna. Pero kapag hindi niya yun maayos in 10 seconds, for example, uy, try mo kaya magpapayat ang taba mo na. Makakapagpapayat pa ako in 10 seconds. Sige nga, makakapagpapayat ba ako in 10 seconds? Don't say it. We don't have the right to comment on other people's body. Lagi niyo yung tatandaan. Saka lagi niyo din iisipin na we don't know what happens behind closed doors. So, a person who has been body shamed may smile, tapos sabihin na niya, uy, hindi, okay lang. Pero kapag mag-isa na lang siya, we will never know what goes on in their mind. Hindi natin alam kung ano yung iniisip niya. Hindi natin alam if we just pushed a person past their limit or if we just push them at the edge of a cliff. So I always hope that you'll choose to be kind. So sabi nga nila, kapag wala kang magandang sasabihin, just keep it to yourself. Kunyari, ako tinignan mo ako, wala kang makitang maganda sa akin. Lahat pangit. O sige, lahat pangit sa akin. Ang pangit ng attitude ko, ang pangit ng pangit ng katawan ko, pangit ng mukha ko, pangit ng lipstick ko. Just keep it to yourself. Huwag mo nang sabihin sa akin. Kasi, again, babalik tayo sa umpisa nating pinag-usapan kanina. It may mean nothing to you. It's just a simple comment. Pero sa akin, sobrang bigat na nun. It can mean everything to me. It can mean the world to me. So, ayun. I hope you guys remember that your words matter. And you also matter. Don't forget that. So, ayan. Thank you. Stop share.
All right, hi guys. Do you have any questions for Miss Lane?
Guys, may question kayo. Inantok ba kayo? Sorry. Gising na guys. Tapos na yung ano ko. Next speaker na. Yan. If you guys have questions, I'm willing to entertain them po. Ayaw niyo ba ako kausapin, guys? Ayaw niyo akong tanungin?
I think they don't have any questions, but they are agreeing with you since they are typing in the GC na yung thoughts nila about being body shamed because of the size of their thing.
It's not just women po talaga, it's also men. Pero sobrang hirap po maghanap ng statistics. Actually, kahit ano ba ngayon, Saturday, kahapon po nag-edit pa ako ng PowerPoint kasi I'm really trying to get statistics on men. Pero wala po talaga akong mahanap. And isang website lang yung nahanapan ko ng specific about men talaga. Parang si Sir Darren po nag-raise hand siya kanina. May question.
Yeah, I saw that too.
May question po kayo?
Guys, if you have questions, you just have to unmute your microphones.
Hello, Miss Lane.
Hello
Sorry,
po.
ang dami ko na yatang tanong. Kasi like for example, hindi tayo nga sa receiving end. But we are genuinely concerned lang. Like for example, may close friend tayo and we napapansin natin parang she's not healthy or he's not healthy anymore, pumapayat siya or may problem siya. Ano kaya yung pwede nating sabihin sa kanya tapos we are not parang attacking him or hindi natin siya binabody shame, pero we are genuinely concerned lang. Sabi niyo nga kasi yung words really matters.
So ayun, lagi ko po itong sinasabi, there are different ways to approach people. Wag nyo lang sabihin, umpisa na, uy, tumataba ka na yata. Mostly kasi ganun eh. Or wag nyo lang sabihin na, uy, not to offend you ha. Ang sabihin mo lang, hello, kamusta ka? Always start, kapag may kakamustahin kayo na tao, always start with asking them, how are them? Kasi from that, dun mo malalaman kung dapat mo pa bang ituloy yung next na sasabihin mo sa kanya. Kasi ikaw, as a person magsasalita, alam mo na kung ano yung sasabihin mo sa kanya. Kapag sinabi niya na medyo nadadown ako ngayon kasi feeling ko ang taba ko na, feeling ko ang unhealthy ko na. So ask them, do you want my advice or do you just want me to listen? So sometimes kasi we give people our opinions kahit hindi siya solicited. So always start with asking them how they feel. Tapos from there, gawin mong sila yung mag-open up sa'yo about something. If kaya niyong gawin yun. Don't tell them directly. Make them ask you for your advice. So wag mo diretsahin, ikutin mo para siya yung magtatanong sa'yo. That way, they ask for your opinion. It's not unsolicited. So kapag sinabi naman niya sa'yo na kailangan ka ng advice mo. So I think actually you're beautiful. Always validate them. You're beautiful. You are valuable as a person. Kahit ano pang size mo, no matter what your size is, you're valuable as a person. Pero if that makes you feel negative about yourself, and the only way to make yourself feel good about it again, maybe you should seek help. So wag natin isabihin na mag-diet sila. Kapag ka out of their control, kasi katulad nga ng sabi ko, 90%, 91% of women actually resort to dieting para ma-achieve nila yung ideal body type. Pero it develops into a eating disorder. Sabihin niyo sa kanila na mag-consult ng professional. So, ayan. I hope you answered, I answered your question. Thank you.
All right. If you guys have other questions, please park it muna because we have another speaker. He is also a body positivity advocate and he's from Quezon. Let's welcome Mr. Justin Paganiban. But before that, I would like to thank you, Ms. Lane Manlapas.
Alright guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
Naririnig po ba? Ayun, perfect. Okay, so I'm Jad Panganiban. So I'm advocate of anti-body shaming or body positivity. So yun, stop ko muna yung video ko and then I'll share my screen. Okay? Sana gising pa kayo kapag inaantok na, ano yun, amoy ng hininga. Thank you. Ayan. Can you see my screen?
Yes po.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for responding. So yeah, so ang topic ko today is the toxic culture, factors leading to and adverse effects of body shaming. So I think most of us naman dito is nasa mid-20s and 30s na, di ba? Tama ba? Or may mas bata pa? May mas bata sa 20?
I'm 16 po.
Charotera. So ayun.
Joke lang.
Ako po 14. I'm 10 years old po.
Oh my God. So, ano to? Online class to? Okay. So, let's start. So, bata pa lang naman tayo, di ba? Ang nakasanayan na natin ang pagsabi ng po at opo. Nagmamana sa matanda. We are very religious. We are very respectful. We have one another or kapitbahay goals. We consider everyone a family. Yan yung Filipino cultures na nakilala tayo. Right? But over the years, our culture grew and what we thought to be normal is what makes it more toxic. So, ayan. So, let me give some example of the toxic Filipino culture. First is crab mentality. Ayan. This is a trait na if you can't have it, if I can't have it, neither can you. Or kung hindi ako sasaya, wala ibang sasaya sa kamilang to. Yung ayaw mong masasapawan ka. It's either gusto mong hanggang pantayan lang or gusto mong nakakaangat ka lagi sa iba kahit alam mo sa sarili mo na may mas magaling sa'yo. Actually, this usually happens sa workplace, di ba? Sino dito yung mga nasa BPO?
Ako po.
Okay, sige. Ako, for example, ako nasa BPO ko. So, ayan. For example, bago ako sa BPO, bago ako sa team, and then may experiences ako before ako mag-BPO na makaka-help sa team. And then there's this guy na tenured na. So dahil nakakatulong ako at nakakapag-contribute ako ng madami sa team, not just yung workload talaga namin, nagkakameron ng inggitan na parang feeling nung tenure is ginagalingan nito masyado dapat ako yung dapat ako yung mapansin, dapat ako yung ma-promote kasi mas matalino ako sa iyo. So parang ang dating dito is hindi mo kasi kayang kabugin Kaya ang gagawin mo, sisiraan mo dun sa sisiraan mo siya dun sa boss nyo na mali naman yan ito yung tama, ganyan. So ayun, ayaw mo lagi na may makakaangat sa iyo. That is the crab mentality. Okay. So next is comparison. So sa comparison naman, this usually happens inside our home when someone is better than you or they meet your parents' expectations more than you do. Example is yung sa magulang natin. Di ba halimbawa magkukwento sa atin yung magulang natin. Uy, alam mo yung anak ni Marites ang taas ng grades. Yung anak ni Marites ang laki ng sahod, may kotse na. Ba't di ka tumulad sa anak ni Marites? Ayun, some parents think that it is motivating. It is actually degrading. Di ba? Na ako to may sarili akong kakayanan. So, hindi dapat ako kino-compare sa iba. So, yon. Lagi ito nangyayari sa atin lalo nung nag-aaral pa tayo, aminin nyo. Di ba? Sino dito naka-experience na nun? Ay, pwede kayo mag-react na lang ha. Kahit reactions lang para lang malaman ko na nandyan kayo at hindi ako nagsasalita mag-isa. Ayun. Ito. The next one is the retirement plan. Kids as retirement benefit. Ito na yung lagi sinasabi sa atin na, kailan ka magkakaanak? Mag-anak ka kahit isa para naman may kasama ka sa pagtanda. Ito our kids are not made so we will have a caregiver when we grow old. Hindi rin ito sagot sa kahirapan na mas madaming anak, mas maraming makakapag-work at magsusupply ng needs mo kapag tumanda ka. Kids should be made out of love, not out of need. Okay? All right. So the next one is global lingua franca or the global knowledge. English as the basis of knowledge. Kapag di ka fluent, you will be labeled as ay nag-uulam yan lagi ng bopis or the T word, yung tanga, ganun. Masasabihan ka ng tanga kasi hindi ka fluent sa English. And being a high school graduate will be used as an insult. It's funny though, kasi English is the basis of knowledge, but most Filipinos look down on call center agents. Diba? Madalas sasabihan tayo na, graduate ka naman ng college, bakit call center agent ka lang? Di ba madalas nga yung mga call center agent yung fluent sa English? Di ba contradicting? Ayun, dapat kasi hindi English is not actually the basis of knowledge It's how you hindi lang English, marami pang ibang bagay. Kasi pwedeng may taong hindi siya nag-excel sa English, pero nag-excel siya sa maraming bagay. Ayun. And the next one is bawal mga tuwiran. Have you ever experienced na mapagalitan tapos tinanong ka ng parents mo ba't di ka sumasagot? Sino dito yung lagi napapagalitan ng parents? Ayun, sige. Ako kasi ganun, napapagalitan ako ng parents ko, tapos tatanungin niya ako, bakit di ka sumasagot? And then pag sumagot ako, sabi niya, sasagot ka pa. Di ba? That's very toxic na parang tinanong mo ko tapos kapag sumagot ako sa'yo, papagalitan mo ko. Yun. Actually, yun yung madalas nating yun yung mga toxic Filipino cultures na lagi nating na-encounter. Yun. Pero hindi natin napapansin na it's really toxic. So the next one was never part of our culture, but unfortunately, it's very normal in Filipino to comment on other people's physical appearances, whether it is good or bad. And it is sadly become part of our culture. So that will be the body shaming. So let's start inside our family. So yan. Family gatherings. Close family ties are tested when relatives feel free to comment on members' physical appearance, career, or marital status and private affairs. This is how usually happy family gatherings can become dreaded occasions. So, gato. Let's imagine putting on your best face and excited to meet up relatives you haven't seen in a while. Halimbawa sa mga reunion tuwing New Year. You enter the screen front door and instead of being greeted with pleasantries and kamustahans like, hello, you hear, uy, tumaba ka. Anong nangyari sa'yo? Ang pet mo masyado. Or, "Hoy, mukha kang sexy ngayon, Like, saan ba ako lulugar? Parang lahat na lang ng kung pumayat ako, tumaba ako, or magpaka-sexy ako, lagi na lang may masasabi, 'di ba? So, the next one is social media. So, social media platform is ultimately toxic for body image. It cultivates a risk of being the target of someone else's body shaming comments. And people think that if I post pictures online, I'm giving them the right to say whatever they want about my body. That's why um, filters and photo editing as became a big hit. 'Di ba? Yung mga beauty plus, yung talagang mabubura na yung face natin, pati yung mga pores natin wala na. Ultimo yung sa lalaki sa bigote or sa kilay, yung pag nag-filter ka, kahit hindi ka mag-shave, nawawala siya. Yun, ganun super edit. And as we tend to edit our photos to make it look Instagram worthy, just to make sure that we won't get bashed, yung talagang effort tayo, nagpicture tayo ng isang click lang, and then aabutin tayo ng ilang oras sa pag-edit para lang hindi tayo babash sa Facebook or other social media platforms. And yan, so social media is unfortunately shaping our concept of beauty. So si social media, nagtayo siya ng sariling standard of beauty. So ang effect naman nito sa physical health natin is being body shamed is the most frustrating thing. Bakit ko nasabi yon? Kasi when you're body shamed, you can just snap your finger like Thanos, di ba? And then everything will change. If you're chubby and being called piglet or tabachoy, you'll wish that you can burn all your fats overnight through starving yourself, but of course, you can't. It's impossible. You only get eating disorder. Katulad nga nung sabi ni Miss Ting kanina, you'll either become anorexic or bulimic. And then when you're payat naman, we tend to eat unhealthy foods out of desperation. Kasi alam natin ito yung mga nakakataba. Yung tipong kahit anong kain ko, hindi ako tumataba. So tatanungin mo yung mga friends mo medyo may laman na, ano ba yung mga food na nakakataba? So basically sasabihin nila, yung mga junk foods, ganyan, mga fast food. And then yung mga payat, out of desperation nga, yun yung mga kainin nila. Kahit hindi siya healthy, tumaba lang. Parang maging magkalaman lang for the physical appearance. Yan. And we are also being dependent sa supplements. Testosterone boosters, slimming coffees, gluten drip, and too much supplements that might affect our kidneys. Ayan, di ba? Hindi naman masama, hindi ko sinasabi na masama mag-enhance ng katawan. Pero meron kasing mga tao na out of desperation talaga dahil lang lagi silang na-call out, dahil mataba sila, mapayat sila, maitim sila, nagtitake sila ng mga supplements. Minsan nagsa-self-medicate din sila kahit hindi na sila nag-check sa doctors due to desperation. Alright. So, the next one is effects naman ito sa mental health. Aminin na natin na we once body shame someone. Even it is not our intention, like yung katulad nung tinanong ni Sir Darren kanina, na paano ba natin sasabihin sa isang tao na sobrang tumaba siya or sobrang mayat siya just because we are genuinely concerned with that person. Diba? Ganon, minsan kahit hindi natin intensyon na makasakit, nagiging ganon yung feedback na sa receiver. Kasi iisipin nila, ay oo nga, ang taba ko ganyan. Diba? And just to share with you guys, this is too personal. I have an anxiety disorder for almost 5 years now, and body shaming is one of the reasons. I was called fat, siopaw, malaki ang pisngi, hugis, bowling pin. Aside from anxiety kasi, I have hormonal imbalance and gynecomastia. Yung gynecomastia is yung pagkakameron ng lump sa breast, or yung parang siyang bukol pero mas malambot. Ganon. May gland. Some people ask me, nagpipilis ka ba? Ang laki ng dede mo, or magbra ka nga, mas malaki pa dede mo kay ate. It is really painful na people make fun of it without considering what will I feel, di ba? Yung problema mo na yung sarili mo kasi nakikita mo naman eh, may salamin ka sa bahay. And it became your insecurities tapos isasampal pa sa'yo. We always do this. Most of the time, kung ano mapansin natin, kino-call out agad natin. Tapos lalagyan na lang natin ng char or eme or joke lang sa dulo, 'di ba? Pero we really meant it. Aminin na natin 'yan. Madalas joke lang sa atin kasi 'yon. But the person we called out, malaki yung epekto nun sa mental health nila. And kapag affected ang mental health, affected din ang physical health. Ayun, so the next one is the recovery phase. If you're a victim of body shaming, what can we do to move forward? All right, so I have some tips here to help us cope up and move forward. First is affirmations. It will be hard to quiet the voices inside your head na nagsasabing, masyado kang mataba. Yung parang konsensya nating bumubulong, yun gusto na nating matulog pero bumubulong pa sila. Taba-taba mo, hindi ka magugustuhan ng crush mo, ang pandak mo. Ano yan, yung babae, like for a guy ha, na yung nililigawan mo, mas matangkad pa sa'yo. Diba? But we know na the first step is always the hardest. Iwasan nating mag-self-pity and always remind yourself that you are worthy, you are loved, and you are valid. Okay? So the next one is the unique you. So you might be called fat, thin, short, or too tall, but that is just part of your body. The body parts that make people fun of you is just part of who you are. It's not your totality. You have your own thoughts, your actions, and the feelings that only you can understand. That is what makes us unique. What makes you unique. So embrace it, okay? Ayan, katulad nito, you are more than just your body. Okay? The next one is to move. So find activities that feel good, galaw-galaw. It can be sports, simply walking, jogging, dancing, or stretching. Kasi the more we slack off, the sadder we get. Diba? Kapag nagmukmuk ka, malulungkot ka. So, i-divert natin yung attention natin sa ibang bagay. Like, yung mga physical activities nga, na ano na natin, na-distract na natin, nawala na yung mga negative thoughts. And may good effects pa siya sa body natin. So, the next one is gratitude. So, you have to embrace your imperfections and thank them. You might not notice it, but your imperfections made you who you are today. Review your body with gratitude. For example, makalyo yung kamay mo, makalyo yung paa mo. That's because masipag ka eh. You're hardworking. Ang dami mong trabaho. And pag sinabihan ka ng, or napansin mo na, ang laki ng ilong ko, or pango yung ilong ko, be thankful. Kasi at least may ilong ka eh. Nakakaamoy ka. Dahil sa panahon ngayon, napaka-importante na nakakaamoy ka, di ba? Kasi pag hindi ka nakaamoy, alam na this. Sob agad. So, yun. So, the next one is make friends with food. So, yun. Kumain ka, girl. Find foods that you like but also good for you. Wag kang, alam mo yun, huwag mong i-strain yung sarili mo dahil lang tinawag kang mataba. Huwag mong gugutumin yung sarili mo. Ang food kasi talaga nakakapagpasaya yan. So, ayun. And actually, halos yun na yun. That's the total of my presentation. So, yun. Last message lang. Our physical appearance does not sum up who we are. Choose to be someone who uplifts, not someone who destroys. Ayun. Yun lang. Thank you so much. And kung may questions kayo.
Ako po, I do have a question.
Ayun. Okay.
Ayun, so I have read your profile and I found out po na you are an advocate of against body shaming since you are
Yes.
suffering from gynecomastia. For those who doesn't know, it's a hormonal imbalance which makes a man with a bigger breast or a female breast.
Mhm.
Yun. So, I myself is suffering from seborrheic dermatitis. So, body
Okay.
shaming is actually mas masakit sa atin since it's a
Mhm.
medical condition. Bukod sa nagsasuffer tayo sa medical condition, we are suffering from criticisms.
Yeah.
Yun lang. Personally, how do you cope up with criticisms and um, hate speech against you?
Actually, sa social media kasi lagi ko yung natatanggap. There's this one person na kahit anong i-post ko, lagi siyang may comment na masama. And one time, ginawa ko yung sinabi ni Sir Ogie, sarcasm. Sinabi ko sa kanya na parang happy-happy ka na binabash ako every time magpo-post ako ng pictures. Anong nabe-benefit mo diyan? Parang mga gano'n, happy ka ba diyan? Pero kung happy ka diyan, masaya ako for you. Masaya ako na natulungan kitang maging masaya. So ayun, ako kasi para dun naman sa sa health conditions ko, nagpapatuloy akong mag-research ganyan, naghahanap ako ng mga doctors na puwedeng makatulong sa'kin. And then ayun, 'pag humaharap ako sa salamin ko, ini-embrace ko siya. Ini-embrace ko yung imperfections ko. Pero siyempre, hindi naman ako tumitigil na i-improve siya. Ayun, so nag-start nga akong mag-gym. Sabi ko kasi kung hindi man ako makapagpa-check up ngayon kasi nga pandemic or hindi ako mabigyan ng lunas agad, at least I'm doing something. And yung paggi-gym ko is nakaka-help din siya na ma-distract ako from self-pity. So ayun, it's a win-win for me. Nasagot ba? Nasagot ko ba yung tanong mo?
Yes po.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ano
Ako
pa?
po
Baka may tanong
meron.
kayo. Okay, hi.
Hello, Jad. Ako kasi, I remember earlier na may na-mention ka about yung using filters sa social media. Ganun. Kasi ako kasi ay parang filter is life. Hindi kasi ganun. I'm suffering from medical condition nga, which is psoriasis. Then the problem is, di ba parang number one trigger daw is stress, ganito, ganyan. So I've already tried many things, like yung syempre yung sa diet, sa ganito. Pero ang pinaka most I find na parang nakaka-affect sa akin talaga, nagko-cause ng flare-up is talagang yung stress, which is usually caused din naman by yung mga tao, let's say yung mga too much self-consciousness ko dahil nga sa skin condition ko. And then ang funny thing lang is that yun nga parang with using filter somehow nalilesen yung stress ko kasi the things na parang yun mas nagiging out ako in public. I mean not physically pero yung nakapag-post ako parang somehow I'm feeling good about myself. But then nababash pa rin kasi nga I mean reality, 'di ba, parang alayo, may ganun pa ring factor. So parang is it a bad thing ba yung ganun, yung parang am I dwelling too much na pagdating sa ganun sa filters? Pero ang ko kasi din yung conflict is that yun nga, gumagaan yung feeling ko sometimes or most of the time actually, lalo na pag na-appreciate yung pero yung sa reality, especially with people na I personally know, tas ayun, dun pumapasok sa akin yung body shaming na although somehow na-inform ko naman na sila or aware na sila sa skin condition, pero hindi pa rin mapigilan, maiwasan sa kanila. Medyo masakit kasi kilala mo naman mga friends, pero sila pa minsan yung nag-down. So, ba? Parang lang, insight mo lang.
Okay. So, nabanggit ko nga kanina na yung ibang nababody shame, nagre-resort na lang sila sa paggamit ng filters or photo editing app. So, yung sa iyo naman, it's okay. Kasi if that makes you happy or napapagaan niya yung kalooban mo or nagiging confident ka sa pagpo-post ng pictures online, then that's fine. Yun lang yung medyo hindi ako nag-agree kay Sir Ogie kanina na kung ayaw mo mabash, huwag ka mag-post. Ang sa akin kasi, pwede ka mag-post anytime na gusto mo kasi it's your social media account. So, hawak mo yung ipopost mo. Pero yung mga tao makakita nun, hawak din nila kung ano yung sasabihin nila sa'yo. So kapag nagsabi sila ng masama, kasalanan nila yun. It's their fault. The fault is in their end, not dun sa taong nag-post. Kasi hindi na masyadong tama yung yung okay lang bang mabash tayo dahil you put yourself in the position na mababash ka kasi nag-post ka. Hindi. So to answer your question about dun sa insight ko, okay lang kasi kung it makes you feel good about yourself, then go for it. Ayun. Na-answer ba? Ayun.
Oh,
Carlo.
thank you. Oh, thanks.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Any
Sir
more questions?
Justin.
Okay, sige. Ayun, thank you so much for listening and 9:20 na. Salamat at gising pa kayo. We have
Okay.
more speakers to come pa. So sana magstay pa rin kayo, okay? Thank you.
All right, we're almost done. Our next speaker is a media personality, a host, and a star image artist. Let's welcome Miss Janelle Liwanag Llanes Real.
Yes, hello. Narinig po ba ako?
Yes
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Unfortunately, we cannot see you po.
Okay, sorry. Wala ba akong cam? Okay naman ako Yan. Nakikita niyo po ba ako?
Wala naman po sa akin.
Nakikita niyo na po ako, mga ma'am and sir?
Yan, there.
Okay.
Yes po.
Sige po. Mag-next lang ako ng ano. Okay, so good evening po sa inyong lahat. At ang akin pong topic na napunta sa akin is My Body, My Rule. Pwede po bang pa-check, sir? Yung
Sige
nandyan
po, I'll
po.
share my screen po for your presentation po.
Thank you so much. Sige po. Okay, so here you will see the meaning of our topic. It was originally intended for women, but for this time, gagamitin natin ito para sa lahat, para naman it emphasize empowerment. Kapag sinabi natin empowerment, it means people having power and control over their own lives. So, para sa lahat, so hindi lang siya para sa mga babae, hindi lang para sa mga babae mismo, kundi para sa lahat. Kumbaga tayo naman ay nagpo-promote at nagtutulak ng equality, so para sa ating lahat. Okay, so now let's examine how we as community help each one of us to become a better person. So pa-check po ng next slide, sir. Ako na yata yung may pinakamaiksing presentation dahil medyo lalagumin na lang natin lahat po ito. Ano po? So, My Body, My Rules, it's conceived as a chant of empowerment with the aim of stimulating awareness and asserting women's authority and power over their own experiences. So, sabi nga po kanina, sinabi ko na kapag sinabi natin empowerment, it means people having power and control over their own lives. So, next po, sir. Salamat. Sensya na. Ayan. So, tignan po natin ano po. You will see a picture and syempre po yung quote po dyan, don't criticize what you can't understand. So, ano po ba yung pagkakaunawa natin? So, base po sa inyong mga sariling interpretasyon, sa nakikita po natin, wag po tayong mag-criticize kung hindi natin nauunawaan ng isang bagay, no po? So let's ask ourselves, ganito ba tayo? Are we belong on a judgmental society? Are we only base our judgment on what we see? Okay? So yun. So kung nagjo-judge lang ba tayo ng tao base lamang po ba sa ating nakikita? 'Di ba? So may mga pagkakataon na po ba na na-judge kayo or na nahusgahan kayo na dahil katulad sa halimbawa sa isang grupo, halimbawa ako po, bading ako, 'di ba? Syempre kapag ako lang ang bading sa grupo at ka-close ko yung isang lalaki, 'di ba minsan napag-iisipan po tayo na may relasyon, may nangyayari, 'di ba may mga ganon? Okay. So ang hirap po ng pinagdadaanan ng mga taong nadja-judge at hindi nakikita yung totoo. Meron din naman po na pagkakataon na katulad ng sabi ni Meme Vice Ganda, di ba? Meron nga siyang boyfriend na si Ayon. So sinabi niya minsan, nabasa ko, sabi niya, ang mga lalaki daw ay takot magmahal ng bakla kasi takot mahusgahan. So may mga ganon. Yon. Sa trabaho naman, kung sa atin, kapag ka ikaw yung bago at hindi mo pa masyadong alam ang sitwasyon or yung ganapan o sistema sa loob ng isang samahan or ng isang opisina, di ba minsan ikaw yung nakukote as pinakamahina ka. Okay, so hindi pa nila kasi alam kung gaano ka kagaling kasi hindi ka pa nila nakikilala, hindi ka pa nila nasusubukan. Okay. So, next po, sir. Mabilis lang po tayo. Okay. Now, let's look naman po on this picture. Ano po ang naiisip nyo? So, there are two ways of spreading the light, to be the candle or the mirror that reflects. Okay. So, ano po ba yung pagkakaintindi rin natin sa quote po na nandyan? So, tayo sana, no, maging kandila tayo na magsilbing liwanag at gabay sa ating mga kasamahan. And sana maging salamin naman na mag-share ng constructive criticism para sa mga kasamahan natin kung may mga flaws or may mga lapses or may mga bagay na hindi nagagawang tama. Minsan kasi nobody's perfect naman po, di po ba? Okay. Tapos balik rin natin yung sitwasyon, o di ba? Kung tayo naman po yung tao na gina-judge ng mga kasamahan natin, ano ba yung mararamdaman natin? Di ba medyo mahirap po? Okay. So kanina po na-examine natin yung mga sarili natin about being judgmental. Kung tayo yung nag-judge kanina, so sa babaeng tinuturo natin or doon sa picture po na pinakita ko kanina, ngayon naman po tayo ang gina-judge halimbawa, ano ba yung pinakamagandang dapat natin gawin? So ang dapat po natin gawin, itulungan po natin ang ating mga kasamahan, encourage po natin siya na kahit na yung mga pagkakamali niya or yung konting mga bagay na hindi niya nagawang tama, sabi nga, constructive criticism, and then i-push pa natin siya para mas umangat siya, para sabay-sabay tayong lahat naaangat. So dapat po susuportahan po natin. Minsan po, hindi naman po mali ang mag-judge, pero wag po natin silang nililabel na walang pag-asa. Sa mundo po kasi talaga na puno ng panghusga, we need to be an encourager para dumami ang mga taong nangangarap dahil meron silang mataas na kumpiyansa sa sarili. So next po, sir. Medyo mabilis lang, baka antokin na kayo. Okay, no one can make you inferior without your consent. So kung hindi ka magpapaapi, parang ganun, or hindi ka magpapatalo dun sa mga nangbubuli sa'yo or sa mga nang-aapi sa'yo, hindi yun mangyayari sa sarili mo. So meron nga, di ba, kanina narinig ko parang ang usapan, parang ang sabi ng ibang speaker, paano mo susolusyonan yung nangbubuli sa'yo? Dapat matutunan niya yung lesson na ginawa niya sa'yo. Dapat merong lesson na mapunta sa kanya or may something din na hindi ko naman sinasabing masama na mangyari, pero kung mararanasan niya yung naranasan mo, may intindihan niya kung ano yung pinagdadaanan mo. Okay. So gusto ko pong magkwento po sa inyo ng journey ko, paano po nangyari, no? May isang kwento lang din po ito. So nag-start po ako as parlorista when nag-graduate po ako ng high school. Pagkayari ko pong maging parlorista ng more than 4 years, ako po ay nag-aral ng kolehiyo. No, ako po ay nakapagtapos ng Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in Home Economics and Industrial Arts sa isang state university po sa Bataan. Hindi naman po madali din ang pinagdaanan ko habang nag-aaral ako. So medyo na-judge din ako na mas matanda ako sa classroom, mas ako yung pangalawang actually parang ako na yung ate ng lahat doon, ate-atihan, gano'n. Parang kuya, kasi ba din nga, tinatawag na nila akong ate, gano'n. Okay, so yun po, ako na po yung parang tumatayong panganay sa classroom, yung naging advantage ko. Pero ang pinakamahirap na pinagdaanan ko, paano ko sinurvive yung pag-aaral ko, is yung gastusin sa pag-aaral. Kasi that time, hindi pa po libre ang tuition sa mga state universities. So hindi pa po siya nasosubsidiyan ng gobyerno that time. At kami po ay nagbabayad talaga ng tuition. So ang ginagawa ko po noon, nung nagbabayad ako ng tuition is nagmamasahe ako sa gabi, nagme-makeup ako rumaraket ako after class para matapos ko, para magkaroon ako ng baon kinabukasan, and then host ako ng mga events. And then, kaya rin po noon, nung nakagraduate ako, akala ko, porkit ako na yung pinakamatanda, and then naging licensed professional teacher po tayo, and nakasurvive po tayo at nakapagturo po tayo sa higher education institution, and then nakapag-public school teacher po tayo. Hindi po naging hadlang, pero minsan nagagamit po na hindrance po yung ating kasarian at ang ating pong katayuan. So inilaban po natin ito. So wag po tayong matakot, lumaban po tayo. At kung saan po tayo magaling, mag-focus po tayo. Naging public school teacher, nag-resign po dahil akala ko gusto ko maging tourism officer, and then naging tourism officer. And hindi ko pala talaga siya gusto, pero pinush ko pa rin kung ano yung gusto ko. Nilaban ko po, ito po, hanggang sa naging vlogger po, and then ito po, nasa Star Image Artist Management po. So, wag po kayong matakot na lumaban para sa buhay. Kung meron pong nanda-down sa inyo, i-push nyo lang po, labanan nyo, tapatan nyo. Kasi ipakita nyo kung saan kayo mas magaling para po umangat po tayong lahat. And meron lang po akong share dito na po. Okay. So, My Body, My Rules ay hindi lang tungkol sa isang tao sa kung paano niya iangat ang sarili niya. Ito po ay tungkol sa ating lahat na kung paano natin tutulungan ang ating kapwa na ilabas ang kanyang natatanging abilidad sa paraan na alam niya at makakabuti sa kanya. Yun lang po. Naku, pasensya na po kayo. Salamat po. Thank you po. Baka po may tanong din po kayo or ano po, sasagutin po natin. Okay. Kung wala po, okay lang po.
That's really encouraging po, ma'am.
Pasensya na kayo Kung wala po, okay lang. Kasi halos sasagot naman po ang mga tanong kanina about po bullying, about body shaming, o siguro po ang mga pag-usapan na lang natin ngayon kung may magtatanong po tungkol po sa love life, baka may mga taong natatakot magmahal ng ano dyan, di ba? Or meron po sa inyo na gusto pong mag-vlog or whatever na gusto pong mag-focus, ano po ba ang gusto nyo? Sige po, go lang. Okay. So mukhang okay na po. Maraming salamat para po makamove na tayo sa next speaker dahil nagiging malalim na po ang galit. Salamat po.
All right. Thank you so much po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Before we proceed to our last speaker, since she is still preparing, I will play a video message from one of our supposed to be speakers, but she cannot make it tonight. Her topic is about color shaming. All right, I'll share my screen.
Hello.
Okay, I guess Miss Tammy is already here. All right.
Ayun. Hi guys. Sorry. Actually, pauwi pa lang ako sa Cavite, pero I had a way to get down to start this off. So, kumusta naman po?
Doing great kahit 9:30 na po. It's fine.
Grabe, I saw the number of attendees. It's so amazing. Now we actually have like more than 20, and for that number alone, that makes me inspired to talk more about what the topic has been given, about the topic that has been given to me. So, without much further to be said, actually, nung unang in-offer sa akin to talk about cyberbullying, I actually pause and try to reflect if it's really worth for me to talk about it. And I've been undergoing a lot of this for the past months. And I think, sabi ko, if I will not stand up and talk about what my experience is, then it's futile. All of the reflection that I did and all the things that I have done to recover myself would be futile if I won't talk about it. So I would like to thank the organizers with regards to the invitation of me talking about cyberbullying. Before I start off, I'd like to ponder, all of you to ponder on this thought. You can only be a victim if you make yourself a victim. I hope that makes sense. Because when you start to let others feel that you are down and infuriated, then that's where the culprit will come in. That's where all the bashing and all the cyberbullying would come in. And di mo na lang malalaman, sobrang down na down ka na pala sa paninira nila. So, first and foremost, what is cyberbullying? Cyberbullying is a manner to malign and to insult people with regards to their physical traits or any disabilities through cyberspace or through the internet. Per research, it has been said from University of Wisconsin that 81% of the victims for cyberbullying are teenagers aging between 15 to 18 years old. And second to the list would be young adults or the young professionals aging between 28 years old to 30. Given these facts, I realized that sobrang bata at sobrang mature din yung mga tinatamaan ng cyberbullying. Why is it that so? Bakit marami pa rin nambubully over the internet? First, because it's persistent. When we say persistent, the advent of social technology or social media is actually being rampant. Having said that, that's the only way for these people to malign and insult others. And they go on persistence. Second, peculiar. When we may seem to say peculiar, again, the channel or the form where cyberbullying happens is through the internet. And peculiar would mean you can come in anonymous. People would tend to bully others because hindi sila makikilala. And last, why does cyberbullying exist? Power. When we speak of power, these people who would love to cyberbully against other people would feel they're powerful because they can make fun and they can insult other people. So with that three piece in mind, peculiar, persistence, and power, that's why cyberbullying is really, really rampant nowadays. And what needs to be done? What needs to be done in order for you to stop cyberbullying? First, acceptance. When you speak of acceptance, if you exactly know your personality and you know who you are as a person, then there's nothing you can fail. There's nothing that you could feel inferior about, because you exactly know your totality. And when you know your totality, regardless of what other would tell you, you know yourself as a person. Second, stand up for your right. When we speak of stand up for your right, I don't mean to say you have to confront those people who cyberbullying you, but you know there are other channels and other means where you can combat these people. Currently, NBI has actually 6,766 cases of cyberbullying in the Philippines. And having said that, may pangil po ang batas. If we actually know this right of ours and this cyberbullying act, then we can fight against these people who merely just want to insult and humiliate you over the internet. Third, know your battle. When we say you know your battle, talk to people whom you think can help you fight against this cyberbullying. And such platform that we actually have right now, like this webinar, would be a good platform where you can share your experiences and probably you can say, ala, nangyari pala sa kanya to. Or you can talk to adults, or you can look for someone who could console you and be an ally. Fourth, on the fourth note on what needs to be done against cyberbullying, let your voice be heard, because it's not merely reacting to what these accusations are, but since we are using the form of internet, then use the channel to give out your story. It's not merely asking for sympathy, but it's actually warning these people that you actually know who you are, what your rights are, and what you can do for your rights. So basically, these are the 4 things that you could do to combat cyberbullying. Amidst of this, I'd like to share a personal instance of mine when, honestly, akala ko finishing college and finishing my master's would be my way to tell other people that hindi nyo ako kaya apakan. But it's not that being said. It's not that easy to say. Because, again, as I've said kanina, once you don't know who you really are, then you cannot really fight for yourself. That's basically one of the lessons I've actually have learned and I have reflected in the past months. And fortunately, I was able to recover from those. And I could probably say right now, I'm jumping into a whole new world where I just want to start off and be a voice against cyberbullying. So I hope you have learned from that 3 minutes discussion I got. I actually have prepared, and I'm actually open for questions. Hello?
All right. Right. So that's very powerful since cyberbullying is yun yung mga nararanasan most of the time na mga nababody shame, mostly
Yep.
on social media.
On social
And what
media.
you have told us regarding ways of combating cyberbullying, like standing up for our rights, knowing our totality, knowing our battle, and letting our voice be heard is really powerful. Those are words of encouragement. And we thank you for that.
Alright. Baka may gusto mag-share ng story dyan and we can talk about it. Again, this is a proper venue where we could share and probably give out our personal stories. Because again, when we say knowing the right channel, knowing the right platform, and we just need someone to talk to.
All right. Thank you so much for that.
All right.
Do you have any questions for Miss Tammy Lorente?
Baka wala na kasi alas 9 na daw eh.
Yeah, right. And those who are still here, guys, we have an episode of Brigada in GMA7. Mapapanood nyo po yung ating speaker kanina, si Miss Lane Manlapas. That is an episode about body shaming pa rin. You may turn on your TVs and watch Brigada. Tammy, someone said that he was really inspired and enlightened.
Hey, thank you.
Right, and I have heard pauwi ka pa lang, and we thank you so much for taking the time
Actually,
to be one of our speakers.
kapapasok ko pa lang ng subdivision. Okay.
All right, guys. To those who has attended this webinar, this actually ends the webinar. However, since there are some video messages from various people, we'll still play it on screen. And if you have other stuff to do, if you have other things to do, you may now leave. You will be receiving your e-certificates on the email that you have provided on the form that you have filled out earlier. Any last words, Sean? All right, guys. Again, we thank you. And sa walang mga gagawin, you can now turn on your TV and watch Brigada, and let's support Miss Lane Manlapas. Meanwhile, we will be playing some video messages of various people who have supported this webinar. One of them is Miss Caramel Vice Negra. She spoke about color shaming, which is also a topic about body shaming. All right, I will be sharing my screen after this. I guess we will have Miss Elsa Droga for some inspirational message.
Hi everyone! Magandang gabi po sa lahat ng ating mga webinar participants and of course sa ating organizers sa gabing ito. And welcome po sa first webinar I guess ng the Alliance of Young Leaders of the Homeland Philippines and the Homeland Philippine Pageants. Na may tema pong body shaming, prejudice, discrimination, and its consequences. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Caramel at isa po akong host, comedian at part-time how do you call this? Part-time TV actor or actress kung saan man kayo mas komportable. Well, I would like to say sorry, to ask apology na hindi ako makaka-attend para sa live webinar natin bukas. That's why I'm making this video para magbigay ng I think konting inspirational talk at magbigay ng aking pinagdaanan regarding sa ating tema sa pagkakaroon ng discrimination regarding with the color that I possessed. I was raised in Bicol region and my father is Filipino and my mother is an Indian way back 1985 and I am very racial. So, growing up, syempre, din very racial ako, iba yung kulay ko, iba yung pigmentation ng skin ko. So, ang dami kong naririnig ng mga pambubuli, nog-nog, tita, totong, puti, as in, sobra, and at the same time, isa pa akong member ng LGBTQIA, so sabihin nila, yan si baklang blackjack. Pero, yung isang Caramel, or sa totoong buhay, isang Nomar ay hindi sumuko, hindi nagpa-apekto sa panglalait na naririnig niya. Subalit that of what ang ginawa ko ay hinanap ko at nilinang ko kung anong talento mayroon ako para sa kadahilanan na matakpan yung nakikita nila kung ano lang ako. Kung mukha akong negra, mukha akong Ita Sara pa nila, mas liminang ko yung talento ko at nag-excel ako sa mga sa akademya, sa paaralan namin. And hanggang nag-high school ako, ganun pa rin ang ginawa ko. Pinakita ko sa kanila na hindi lang yung ganung, dahil doon sa kulay na yon ay wala ka ng ibang gagawin, magpapa-apekto ka. Dahil sobrang racist ang mga tao, lalong-lalo na ang mga Pilipino, pinakita ko sa kanila na yung negatibong binabato nila na sa akin ay kaya kong i-turn into positive. Hindi ako nagpa-apekto. Although, minsan, umiiyak ako pag mag-isa lang ako at nagtatanong ako bakit ako ganito, bakit ganito yung kulay na binigay sa akin ng poong may kapal. And at one time, that was when I was college, may isa akong kaibigan na nagtatrabaho sa isang local comedy bar sa Bicol region. Then they asked me, since I can dance, I can sing, yon, tinanong niya, I want to try to audition for this bar. Then, andun na nga, doon sa punto na nag-audition ako, ibang nga tao dahil sa color na possess ko. Kasi, dahil sa kulay na taglay ko, yun yung naging susi para mapasok ko yung comedy bar. Na dati nilalait lang ako, inaabuso ang pagkatao ko sa pamamagitan ng mga bad words na naririnig ko, nakahanap ako ng tamang lugar, ng tamang venue para mapakita ko na hindi lang ako nega, hindi lang ako ganito yung kulay ko, hindi lang ako Betty. Doon sa stage na yon, naipin man ako pero hindi yun ng mga katrabaho ko. May bayad pa ako. That's why I am telling everyone who has the same story with me, huwag kayong panghinaan ng loob. Kulay lang yan. Although it covers the whole part of our body, pero lagi yung tatandaan, gawin yung positibo ang negative na sinasabi sa inyo. Look at me now! Diba? I'm one of, I think, masasabi ko na isa ako sa mga successful performer ng Philippines. I do have my own online TV shows. I have marami akong mga nakaabang na proyekto sa akin, and it's for you to find out. Kaya gusto ko lang ang step para sa akin, para ma-accept natin yung kung anong mayroon tayo. May 3 lamang na step para sa akin na para mapakita natin na hindi lang ako basta-basta negra. Hindi lang ako basta-basta negra. Although maraming pampaputi ng kulay, di ba? Maraming glutathione. Dahil dito sa 3 step na to, hindi ko siya tinangkilik kasi mas lalong minahal ko ang sarili ko kung ano meron ako. Iiwanan ko kayo ng 3 step at yan ay naka-enclose sa tatlong letra ng kulay na tan. T-A-N. Unang-una ang letter T. Ibig sabihin tanggap. Matuto tayong tanggapin or i-accept kung anong mayroon tayo. Dahil walang iba na unang mag-a-accept niya kundi ang sarili natin. Pangalawa, akap. Matuto tayong i-embrace. Kapag na-accept na natin yung sarili natin, maaakap na natin kung ano talaga tayo. Ma-embrace natin kung anong flaws ang mayroon tayo. At lastly, ang N, letrang N, nilalang. Nilalang tayo ng Panginoon. At ang Panginoon lamang ang may karapatan manghusga kung anong klaseng tao tayo dito sa mundo. Si God lang na naglalang sa atin ang may karapatan na sabihin na ang kulay mo ay hindi para sa mundo, ang kulay mo ay pangit, ang kulay mo ay maganda. Siya lamang ang may tanging karapatan magsabi niya. Kaya dead man sa mga basher at sa mga taong walang alam kung ano pinagdadaanan natin. Dahil ang alam lang nila ay mambuli. At lagi niyong tatandaan, sabi nga sa Bible verse ng Galatians 3:28, there is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither slave nor free. There is no male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Kaya yung letter N, nilalang tayo ng Panginoon. Siya lamang nakakaalam. Siya lamang ang may karapatan mangusgan ang bawat isa. Kaya huwag niyong kakalimutan ang letrang T-A-N o ang kulay tan. T para tanggapin kung anong mayroon tayo. Letter A, akapin o embrace kung anong flaws ang pinopossess ng bawat isa sa atin. At letter N, tandaan nyo na tayo ay nilalang lahat ng Panginoon at siya lamang ang may karapatan na husgahan tayo. Maraming salamat po and God bless everyone. Congratulations.
All right, let's have another TV personality, Miss Elsa Droga, for some inspirational message.
Hi everyone.
Opo.
Narinig niyo po ako?
Yes po, we can
Hello?
hear.
You can hear us? Us ba or me? Charot. Hindi, eto lang. Mabilis lang po about sa inyong, inyong anniversary niyo ba?
Hindi po, it's an advocacy project lang po.
Oh, okay. Advocacy project. So, ang topic niya is body shaming. So, di ba, nakita niyo naman itsura ko, di ba? Cute, di ba? Lahat naman kasi tayo, nilikha ng Diyos ng kawangis niya, syempre kahulma niya. So, you don't have to, ang hirap mag-English, be. Pero ayan, for us, syempre, kailangan maging kontento tayo kung ano yung bagay na meron tayo. Kasi, sa lahat ng bagay, kapag papansin ng isang taong malalait sa'yo, sila lang din yung maaasar. Kasi, di sila mahal na magulang nila. Di ba? Ganun yun eh. Once na pinansin mo isang basher or isang mga taong nanlalait sa'yo, mas nagiging mas nagiging proud ka sa sarili mo na gagawin mo lahat yung best mo para tayo. Tayo hayaan mo, tapakang pagkataon natin. Walang mangyayari sa atin kung papansinin natin. Kailangan be proud of what you are, kung anong meron ka, at kung ano yung mga pagkatao mo. Kasi iba-iba tayo ng dahilan kung bakit tayo nabuhay sa mundo. Iba-iba maitsura natin.
Excuse po, naka-mute po kayo.
Opo, na-mute po yata accidentally.
Excuse.
Hello po, Miss Elsa.
Hindi po yata niya tayo nadidig.
Tama ba ako? Just comment, charot. Ay! Basta mag-happy lang tayo sa life natin. Huwag tayo masyado magpaano.
Miss Elsa, nami-mute po kayo. Hello?
Hello po.
Namumute po kayo. Naka-earpods kasi siya. Pag nagagalaw, namamatay.
Miss Elsa, naka-mute po kayo the whole time.
Hindi niya tayo rinig.
Oh my God.
Hello po, nakamute po kayo.
Nakamute po kayo, Miss Elsa.
Ay, hello. Nakamute ba ako?
Kanina ba po?
Yes
Opo.
po.
Kayo na pa po.
Wala akong marinig. Hello, narinig niyo po ako?
Yes po.
Ngayon pa rinig na po namin kayo.
Ayan, meron na po ba?
Na po.
Meron na po, salita po kayo.
Yes po,
Meron na
yes
po.
po. Yes po.
Sayang naman yung sinabi ko, ang dami-dami.
Sorry po, hindi na.
Hello? Okay na.
Yes po.
Yes po. Yes po.
Magsalita naman kayo, wala akong kausap.
Hello po.
Sa
Ang
earphone
dami ko
niyo po.
sinabi, nakamute pala ako. Pinaprank tayo ni Miss Elsa. Hindi. I mean, ito na nga. Ulitin ko ulit. Ano ba yun? From the start. Ayan. Sa mga viewers po natin dyan, sa mga nandiyan po sa Zoom meeting. Ayan. Pasensya na kayo ha. So ayan. Di nyo po yata kami narinig kanina. Oo, di ko narinig. Tuloy-tuloy na yung salita ako kasi. Pasensya na. Nakamute po kayo. Ayan. So yan. About body shaming, ayan, nakita nyo naman kung ano po itsura ko, di ba? Hindi naman po ako kagandahan, cute lang. Lahat tayo cute. Di ba? Kasi may mga tao talaga na judgmental eh. Di ba? Naniniwala ba kayo na lahat ng tao judgmental? Di ba? Kahit simpleng makita na lang sa isang tao, kinukompare nila yung sarili natin sa kanila. Kinukompare nila yun eh. Kasi, bakit yung isang tao, bakit ako, kunwari, hindi ako ganun kagandahan, pero kinukompare natin yung sarili natin sa ibang tao. Bakit siya maganda? Bakit siya ganun? Bakit siya jowain? Or bakit siya ganun kaganda ng appeal niya? Kasi pag body shaming kasi, lahat tayo pantay-pantay. We are all created by God with the same quality and quantity. Pag sinabi natin quality natin yung sarili natin na meron tayong sariling pagkatao. Quantity naman, yung halaga natin bilang isang tao. So, mahalaga tayo sa friendship natin, sa family natin, any gender or ano man yung itsura natin, meron tayong quality at quantity. Kaya huwag tayong mahiya. Diba? Kasi kapag nahiya kayo, pakita yung sarili mo. Kasi lahat tayo may kanya-kanya tayong talent or something else na pagkakaiba. Maganda siya, oo, maganda siya. Pero ako bilang isang tao, meron akong kaya na hindi niya kaya. So lahat tayo ganun. Meron tayong comparison. May pagkakaiba-iba tayong lahat. So wag tayong matakot na ipakita lahat yun. Tama ba? Narinig niyo ba ako? Ang sakit sa ulo ha. Charot lang. Pero ayun lang naman yung body shaming kasi once na maiiyak ka or hindi mo kayang i-express yung sarili mo, matatalo ka. Ang kalaban natin sa buhay natin, yung kaba. Takot. Yun, dalawa, kaba at takot lang. Kasi kung kakabahan ka na ipakita sa ibang tao na eto ako, matatakot ka. Kung matatakot ka naman na ipakita sa buong mundo na eto ka, kaya kong gawin lahat ng bagay na kaya nila. Diba? So lahat yun gawin mo. We're the same. Maganda siya. Hindi tayo tayo an extraordinary. Na kung saan meron tayong ibang pagkakatao or ibang pagkakakilanlan. Look at me, diba? Simple lang tayo pero gustuin tayo. Charot! Oy, totoo yan. 'Di ba? Mas gusto na ibang tao yung hindi kagandahan kasi walang mga agaw. Charot! Hindi, totoo yan. Mas gusto na ibang tao na hindi kagandahan, kagwapuhan kasi nga may mga tao talaga na choosy. Nakakala mo naman napakayami. Oh, di ba naaaliw ka? Ako naman. Hindi, pero for us pero sa pagdating sa body shaming, don't be afraid. Lahat tayo, meron nakalaan para sa atin na gugustuhin tayo, mamahalin tayo, tatanggapin tayo kung ano yung meron tayo. Although na gusto natin gumanda, gusto natin ma-enhance yung sarili natin. Ang pag-enhance kasi hindi lang yung physical Ang pag-enhance kasi sa sarili is to approve or to improve yourself na maging na maging best. Kasi hinahanap na ibang tao maging better, pero mas magandang gawin mo maging best kaysa maging better. Kasi ang better kasi minsan nagiging bitter Kasi meron ka pa rin inggit sa ibang tao. So gawin mo maging best ka. 'Di ba? May sinasabi tayong best. Dalawa yan May isang best na ginagamit. Ayun ito in reality, best ginagamit. Pag mag-swimming tayo. Mag-swimming tayo, kailangan natin ng best. Kasi yung best, inaangat tayo. Hindi tayo ilulubog sa isang bagay na talo tayo. Yung best na gagamitin natin is aangat tayo kung saan magiging proud tayo na kahit maraming humihila sa ating pababa, iaangat tayo ng best na yun. Kaya sa lahat ng mga nahihiya dyan na natatakot, try to use your best. Kahit hindi mo siya suot, i-ano mo siya, ilagay isa puso mo, isa isip mo na meron akong best. Na kahit anong gawin mo sa akin, aangat at aangat ako. Yun lang. Yun tandaan nyo yan Try
OMG,
to
thank
use
you so
your
much.
best. Even though you're not the best, but use your best. Thank you so much, guys, and we love you.
Salamat,
Thank you
ma'am.
po.
Thank
We're
you.
very
Maraming
grateful to have you
salamat sa
po.
inyo lahat.
Thank you so
At
much,
sana may
Elsa
natutunan
Droga.
kayo kahit nagjo-joke lang ako.
Salamat po.
Joke lang po yun. Hindi, totoo
Ay,
yun.
thank you po sa pagpapaunlak po
Maraming salamat sa inyo. Hindi ko man kayo marinig or may something na may ano sa akin. Pero for us, nagpapasalamat ako dahil naimbitahan nyo ako or nakapagsalita ako or konting aral na nabigay at payo sa inyo. Yan. Thank you so much, guys. Follow me on my Facebook account, Elsa Droga, Instagram, YouTube, yan, lahat po. Search lang po Elsa Droga. Sa lahat po na nakadroga, ako lang po yung maganda. Thank you. Thank you, guys. See you. Love you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Use your best, Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you po.
Alright, thank you so much po. Alright, that ends our webinar for today. We thank everyone for joining us tonight, and next week meron kaming another webinar in celebration with Depression and Mental Health Awareness Week. We have 3 na magiging speaker for that day, and I will be there to support and to attend the webinar. All right, to all speakers, we are very grateful to have you. All right, and that ends our webinar for today.
Thank you so much sa lahat ng attendees.
Thank you din
Hope
po.
to see you sa next webinar po. Thank you, Lane. You're still here, Lane. Thank you.
Kung di pa po makakaabot pa po kayo sa brigada. Sa TV Plus po, Channel 2 po siya.
Channel 2. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lane.
Thank you po.
Sean, tara na. Punta na Kalapapo.
Wait lang, organizer.
Hey, thank you.
Mag-on
Thank you
kayo
sa
ng
inyo.
cam.
Yes po.
Nasaan si Basha?
Oh my
Basha?
gosh, nakakain na ako.
Ayan,
Nandito lang ako,
again, sa mga
Papo.
nandito po.
Basha, paano gawin yung marami
salamat.
yung cam? Hindi ako techie, sorry.
What do you mean, Papo?
Yung
Nakalaptop
lahat
ka ba, Papu?
makikita. Oo, nakalaptop
Wait
ako
lang,
eh.
Papo.
Yung ano, yung
Ako
view
na.
Apakamaldita
Ano?
ng Basyo talaga.
Bakit po?
Gusto
Papo,
niyo
sa'yo
po
yun,
ako na
Papo. Punta ka sa view, Papo, tapos click mo yung gallery.
Alright. Picture muna tayo yung mga nandito. Mag-on
Wait
naman
lang,
kayo
may
ng cam.
may sabihin ata si Miss Lane. Ano po?
Alright,
Yes po.
Miss Lane,
Gusto
hello.
niyo po ako na lang po mag-screenshot tapos send ko na lang po kay Kuya Sean.
Tapos sa next lang daw na webinar,
Earlbean, mag-on ka naman ng cam.
O, yung mga pre dyan, punta na kala Papu.
sige on the way, Char.
On the
Hindi,
way na.
lilipad ako.
Game na ba?
Ako na po mag-screenshot.
Okay.
Sige ba, game mo.
Nasaan na ba? Ayan.
1, 2, 3. Tama po. 1, 2, 3. Yan. Ay na po.
Thank you so much, Lay.
Thank you so much.
Sa lahat ng attendees na nandito.
Ayan ang fresh ng mga attendees
Nako, yan ka na naman sa preparation. Nako, kilala kita.
Ako yun, kumalma ka. Hindi si
Ay,
Sean
okay.
yun.
Okay.
Yan.
Pag may fresh talaga, nauuna yung Sean eh. Kahit letter Z yung pangalan eh.
Salamat po.
Ulan.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, bye-bye. Kasi bye-bye.
O ano, ganyan na lang kayo.
Nasaan yung white dyan? Akala ko ba wear white?
Uy, naka-white ako kanina.
Gumagalaw pa ba si Joel? Parang kanina pag
Busy siya, nagta-type siya. Grabe.
Kalmado sa utang mo.
Sabi.
Anuhin mo na yung kamay.
Si Ashley bago mag-start kumakain.
Hoy.
Ngayon kumakain pa rin, no?
Kasi nga, be friends with food.
Sa bagay.
Alam mo siya, hindi.
Hindi ako kumakain. Hindi ako
Kakain ko nga lang, nag-uubos na. Masarap kumain.
Ashley, pengeng kape.
Wala po, ma'am.
Nag-send ng picture si Lay.
Another one?
Mga klase mo yan?
Kaya nilisin mo na extension.
Uy, baka malobat na ako. Nasaan yung iba?
Ay, ano ba?
Send nyo kasi naguhugot ako ng plato.
Sir Bean, baka mamatay na naman tong cellphone.
Ano bang gagawin?
Magpipicture daw.
Picture.
Picture? Ano yung picture?
Si Mamo, winner, oh.
Ang fresh-fresh ni Mama dyan.
Tati pa yun.
Mamo, ang fresh-fresh mo dyan, Mamo. Sino ka dyan?
Sabihin mo ano,
Sino si
papasok
Rian?
daw si You Do Note, mag-hello lang.
Oh, may
Sino si
sinasabi yung papo
Kylie?
niya.
Wag muna kayo umalis, papasok daw si You Do Note, magko-congrats lang.
Sino si... Ay,
Sino?
talaga ba?
Sino?
Yung kapatid daw ni Ashley.
Okay.
Ano gagawa mo, Jat? Naguhugas?
Nagluluto.
Kain ko lang eh.
Di ba pati pag mamaya na yan?
Eh baka lang gamin. Baka ipisin.
Oo nga.
Yung aura mo nga, hindi mo pinapalampas eh.
Nasaan na si Ashley?
Grabe naman.
Nasaan si Ashley?
Uy, pa-accept!
Ay, ito na. sorry.
Uy, baka malobat na. Oh, na naman.
Nasa na siya, Joem?
Kaya tagal ng preparation natin. Naka-record tayo.
Mamaya na tayo mag-picture after ko maghugas. Mabilis na to.
Ay, ang gaganda yun.
Happy.
You guys are so beautiful.
Happy.
Happy kayo?
Yan, papasok na daw siya sa live. Wait natin siya.
Ano mapupuno yan?
Na yan.
Ay, gusto ko yung quality at quantity.
Ipaula nga sa
Ay,
ko.
ano yan? Charger ng ate may magagalit sa iyo yun.
Hoy, pa-mute muna sa inyong lahat. Papasok si You Do Note.
Ano ba yan?
Nagsusuklay lang daw.
Sean. Sean. Nakimit ka, girl.
Nagbabasa ako ng chat. Ano ba yun?
Kumusta naman kayo?
Ha?
What's the score?
Gago, hindi ko na ano yung presentation mo.
Andyan pa ba siya?
Parang ko na sa recording.
Andyan pa siya?
Wala na.
Ah, sad. Tapian ko eh. Okay lang ba? Charot lang.
Hello, sila mama at papa nag-leave naman. Sabi na wait lang. Ano ba talaga?
Wait na pa tapos na ako maghugas. Kumalma kayo.
Uy, nag-left naman sila mama at papo. Ano yun?
Baka wala na.
Baka wala na. Eh wala na ring admin, no? Wala nang mag-a-accept. Ay si ano?
Hindi
Si
to ako,
Basha.
kumalma ka lang.
Si Basha.
Ayan si Benzo Deloso. Siya si Basha.
Inaano kita dyan, Ashley?
Si Joem kaya tanungin nyo, sa kanya galing si You Do Note.
Ala, nasaan na kayo? Nasaan na sila mamo? Ay, sa akin tapo.
Sean. Ron, wala tanong yung manliligaw mo ha.
Kaya nga, kinabahan nga ako, baka magtanong.
Gago. May laplap siya sa akin kasi nag-stay siya.
Uy, may bata.
Diba?
Sorry, Rian, Kylie.
Tapos ano, ang hirap ng naka-screen share. Hindi ko mas ma-distinguish kung sino nagsasalita.
Uy, wala na ata.
Wala na ba? Ano ba? Ano yung plano?
May nasa ba? Sabi ni Papo, may wait daw eh. Ano ba?
Piling ko wala.
Ano na ba? Benz.
Naroon sabi wait.
Bababa na ako ha, mag-aksi pa ako eh.
I-chat nyo kaya si Papo.
Ulo naman ni... Ang gulo
Bye.
naman ni Papo.
Siguro pwede na i-end yung call.
Ano? I-end ko na kung i-end.
Sino yung Gerald? Sino yung Gerald de la Cruz?
Jowa ni Basha.
Hoy.
Oh,
Baliw.
hindi tahimik.
Hindi. Sige na.
Ay, wala na. Nag-congrats na si Papo sa chatroom. Bye.
Sige na. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Yung recording ha, please pasuyo. Salamat.
Please, pakitakpan yung mukha ko sa recording ha.